Trial Advocacy Competition, also known as SICTA 2024. This year's theme for SICTA was Prosecution against Forced Displacement of Civilians as an International Crime under the ambit of the Rome Statute, which is in line with contemporary international affairs right now. We're extremely delighted to inform you that this year the competition was organized over the span of past 3 days, and we witnessed 3 preliminary rounds and 1 semi-final rounds, and today we are here present with the final round of this coveted competition. I would like to congratulate the 3 teams that have qualified to the finals, those 3 teams being SICTA Team Code 04, which shall be representing the prosecution in today's finals, SICTA Team Code 14, which shall be representing the victim side, and SICTA Team Code 03, which shall be representing the defense. Now I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed panel of judges for the final rounds. Joining us physically, we have Dr. Umesh Kadam sir, who has been a regional legal advisor at the International Committee of the Red Cross. He is an expert in the field of international law and has taught the discipline across various Indian law schools over the past years. Next up, we have Mr. Abhinand Siddharth sir, who is a senior resettlement assistant at the United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees and has excellent knowledge in the field of international law. And joining us virtually, we have Mr. Pugudu Sachidanandan sir, who is a practicing trial lawyer at the International Criminal Court for over a decade. He hails from Sri Lanka and has an extensive experience in the field of international criminal law. Next in the panel, we have Mr. Tapas Kanti Bal sir, who is a prosecutor at the International Crimes Tribunal of Bangladesh for over 11 years. He's also the Executive Director of Empowerment Through Law of the Common People, which is a non-governmental organization working for the common people. And lastly, ending our esteemed panel for the finals, we have Dr. Sanoj Rajan sir, who is a renowned legal expert in the domain of international law and human rights. He's a distinguished professor of international law and human rights at the Zhejiang Gongshang University of China. With this, I declare the final rounds of SICTA 2024 open. If the participants and the judges are ready, we can commence the proceedings. Thank you.
The courtroom master would like to ask each team to introduce themselves as Speaker 1 and Speaker 2.
Your Excellencies, SICTA Team Code 4. I'm Speaker 1. I'm Brigadier and Speaker 2.
Use the mics. Use the mics.
I'm Speaker 2 from the side of Team 04.
Use mic.
This is Team SICTA 03. I'll be going as the first speaker, and my co-counsel will be going as the second speaker.
Good morning, Mr. President and Your Excellencies. We are SICTA 14. We are the legal representatives of the victims in the present case. I am the second speaker. I will be doing the cross-examination and the closing statements, whereas my co-counsel, who's Speaker 1, will be making the opening statement and will be doing the examination in chief. Thank you.
The prosecutor can begin with your
May it please the court, the counsel would like to start. Much obliged. Good morning, Your Excellencies. In the case of the prosecutor versus Jake Austin, we represent the Office of the Prosecutor. We bring this case to you today for a crime which is so egregious in international law that it warrants an exceptional authority of this court. I am Speaker 1 and I will be giving opening statement and conducting the examination in chief of the witnesses, while my co-counsel will be conducting the cross-examinations and will be delivering the closing statement. Your Excellencies, the present case relates to the crime of genocide against the Futurama community, who are a national group. The charges against the accused, Mr. Jake Austin, are brought under Article 6, Clause C of the Rome Statute. The victims in this case are civilians who have suffered by the acts of the accused in the attack that took place in Dexter City on November 3, 2023. Approximately 11,000 people were killed between October 5 and January 10, majority of which were the followers of Futurama. The accused in the present case is Jake Austin, a military commander working for Titanian Defense Forces and was the authority who had carried the siege of Dexter. The prosecution shall be dealing with, firstly, accused committed the acts of genocide under Article 6 Clause C. We submit that he has inflicted conditions calculated to bring about destruction in whole or in part. We shall be establishing Article 6 of the Rome Statute. Secondly, the actus reus, which will be shown by two conducts of the accused. Firstly, the inhumane deportation of the people on such a short notice. And secondly, non-provision of food, water and other basic facilities which lead to slow death of the people. And thirdly, the dolus specialis or the specific intent as per Article 6 requirement. With respect to our second issue, we will be specifying that Mr. Austin is individually criminally responsible under Article 25 of the Rome Statute. Further, he is also liable as a commander of the forces under Article 28 of the Rome Statute. We will be showing the specific elements of each article. Further, we state that the arrest procedure is valid and did not violate any principles of the international law. Your Excellencies, these are the major core issues we will be dealing with through the trial. The counsel will be presenting two witnesses. Prosecution witness 1, Mr. Robert Merlo, who is a former captain of Titanian Defense Forces and who seeks to testify on the character of the accused. And prosecution witness 2, Eugene Jacobs, who is a farmer and he will be testifying on the events of November 3 that happened in Dexter. With this, Your Excellencies, the counsel would like to end the opening statement. Thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, permission to approach the dais. Much obliged. A very good morning, Mr. President, Your Excellencies. This is the counsel for the legal representatives of the victims in the present case of the prosecutor versus Mr. Jake Austin. As the first speaker, I'll be making the opening statements and conducting the examination in chief of the witnesses, while my co-counsel, who's the second speaker, will be making the closing statements and carrying out the cross-examination of the witnesses. Your Excellencies, today the accused stands charged for committing the crime of genocide under Article 6 of the Rome Statute that led to the destruction of the Futurama community. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, a genocide begins when a man is killed not for what he has done, but for who he is. And that is exactly what happened in the present case to the poor members of the Futurama community. The very purpose of the Rome Statute is to prevent such crimes and such reprehensible acts. Yet, here we stand with one more individual charged for committing the crime of genocide. The Titanian Defense Forces, as highlighted by the Office of the Prosecutor, killed more than 11,000 people from the time period of 5th of October 2023 to the 10th of January 2024. An overwhelming majority belonged to the Futurama community. The same can be referred to para 16, page 4 of the compromise. Your Excellencies, the accused deliberately inflicted conditions of life calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Futurama community. On the night of November 2nd, 2023, scores of villagers were forced to relocate from the place of living, which was the village of Parable. The forced relocation resulted in the deaths of hundreds of people due to the inhumane conditions they had to suffer. Your Excellencies, Mr. President, they were made to walk for 5 days continuously without rest, food, or basic necessities like medicines. While they were taken to the relocation camps, these very sites did not even have the basic facilities for the survival of human beings, which led even further to the deaths of various other people and the tearing apart of families. This callous disregard for the human life and the intentional imposition of destructive living conditions constitute, Your Excellencies, the crime of genocide as stated under Article 6 of the Rome Statute, Clause C. Therefore, our submissions before this Honorable Chamber will highlight that, firstly, the Futurama community of Arundel should be allowed to participate in this trial in their capacity of victims. Substantiating the same point will be relying on Rule 85 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence of the International Criminal Court, which will help us prove that we are victims in relation to this trial. The definition of the same is provided in our memorial on page 1, para 2. Your Excellencies additionally will argue that sufficient personal interests of the victims have been affected, and will further go on to submit that the victims in the present case are entitled to reparations as mandated under Article 75 and 79 of the Rome Statute. Coming to the second issue before this court, it will be in regards to Operation Siren, that is the manner in which the accused was arrested. And the legal representatives of the victims will make two submissions herein, that firstly, the procedure established under the Rome Statute was followed. Secondly, Your Excellencies, it is argued that even a procedural irregularity does not vitiate the court proceedings. And finally, will submit that the conduct of Philo Republic is not prejudicial to the sovereignty of Titan. Our final submissions will be in regard to proving that the preconditions of Article 6 as per the Rome Statute are fulfilled. Here we will make the following submissions, Your Excellencies. Firstly, the Futurama population of Arundel qualify as the protected group as mandated under Article 6. We'll go on to prove with the help of various testimonies, annexures exhibited, and the evidence presented to prove that the Futurama community are an ethnic group. Our further submissions will show that the accused deliberately inflicted conditions of life upon the victims and that he had the intention and the actus reus for the crime. Our final submissions will show that the accused should be held individually criminally liable as per Article 25 of the Rome Statute. And on that note, Your Excellencies, Mr. President, the legal representatives of the victims will sum up their opening statement. Much obliged, Your Excellencies.
Your Excellencies and respected members of the International Criminal Court, I wish you a very warm and pleasant morning. This is the counsel for the defense appearing in the case of the prosecutor versus Jake Austin. I, as the first counsel for the defense, will be conducting the examination in chief as well as delivering the opening statement. My co-counsel will conduct the cross-examination and give the closing statement for the counsel for the defense. I stand here determined to defend the accused of the heinous crimes that he has been alleged to have committed and guarantee lasting respect for the enforcement of international justice. First and foremost, Your Excellencies, the Council would like to enter a plea of non culpabis on behalf of the accused. Under Article 66, Clause 1 of the Rome Statute, the accused shall be deemed innocent until proven guilty, and that the standard of proof required is that of beyond reasonable doubt. To prove the innocence of the accused, Your Excellencies, the defense would do so using 4 limbs. Firstly, according to Article 6 of the Rome Statute, the term genocide denotes the commission of any of the acts with a specific intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, racial, ethnic, or religious group as such. It shall be proved through the course of today's trial that the accused did not inflict any conditions of life upon any person belonging to, firstly, a protected group. Through the course of today's trial, we shall show to the court how the accused did not inflict conditions of life upon a protected group, as the resistance army is the intended target on behalf of the accused, and that they constitute a political group rather than a protected group. Secondly, through the course of the trial, the defense counsel will the defense counsel will show how the accused did not harbor any intent to conduct or commit genocide under Article 6, Clause C. This will be done using two aspects, Your Honors. Firstly, that the accused did not possess the requisite general intent under Article 30, Clause 1 of the Rome Statute, insofar as the accused did not possess knowledge to commit the crime of genocide. And secondly, it shall be proved that the accused did not have the requisite mental intent, in specifically the special intent that is required, or the dualist specialist required to commit genocide under Article 6, Clause C. Further, it shall be established that there has been no manifest pattern of such acts that have been committed on the futuramians, and these will be proved through the course of the trial using the witness testimonies as well as the evidence. Moving on to the second limb, Your Excellencies, the second offense for which Mr. Jake Austin has been charged with is individual criminal responsibility. Through the course of the trial, the counsel shall prove how Jake Austin was not, firstly, the indirect perpetrator under Article 25, Clause 3A. Secondly, that Jake Austin did not give orders under Article 25, Clause 3B. And lastly, that the accused, Mr. Jake Austin, did not have effective command and control as stipulated under Article 28, Clause A. Moving to the last and final limb of my submission, Your Excellencies, when reading Article 59, Clause 2, along with Article 55, Clause 1 of the Rome Statute, it shall be proved before this court that the arrested person must be brought promptly before the court and that the accused's rights must be respected. Through the course of today's trial, we shall establish that that was not the case in this particular instance, Your Excellencies, and we shall prove that the accused's arrest was arbitrary and the subsequent transfer proceedings did not conform with international law, as the accused's rights was not respected in the present instance. Furthermore, we shall prove that the arrest conducted by fellow republic particularly was not done in a way that has respected the rights of the accused. That will be all for the opening statement of the defense counsel. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Counsel, a quick question, Counsel. A quick question. Did you mention a crime of individual criminal responsibility?
Your Excellency, the counsel would like to clarify that the counsel for defense the counsel would like to clarify that the accused should not be held responsible under Article 25, Clause 3, Your Excellencies. However, the charge remains for Article 6, Clause C for genocide. The counsel stands corrected, Your Excellency.
But you mentioned crime. You mentioned crime. Individual criminal responsibility as a crime. That's why I asked that question. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the counsel stands corrected. If that will be all.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patient hearing.
You may.
The counsel seeks permission to proceed with the examination. Much obliged. Witness? Witness, firstly, we would like to take an oath as per Rule 66 of Rules of Procedure and Evidence of ICC. Kindly repeat after me the following. I solemnly declare that
I solemnly declare that
what I shall state
what I shall state
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, witness. Witness, please state your name, current occupation, and nationality.
Good morning to the gathering. My name is Robert Merlo. I am 31 years old. I am Titan by nationality, and I was a former captain in the Titanian Defense Forces, and I'm currently a lecturer in the US.
Witness, why are you in the court today?
I'm here to testify on the character of the main accused, which is the commander of the Titanian Forces.
How do you know the accused, Mr. Jake Austin?
As I was serving as a captain for the forces, I was working under Jake Austin.
Witness, you mentioned you were a former captain. Please state the reason for the same.
I was a former captain in the forces, and then I was let go of my duties in the process of insubordination, as there were certain disagreements between me and Jake Austin.
Witness, please elaborate upon those disagreements for the benefit of the court.
Having worked under him, I am under the impression that Jake Austin is a man who has very extreme opinions about Futurama people, which is very evident in his evil orders, and I had disagreed with those orders, owing to which I was let go of my duties.
Witness, which evil orders are you talking about?
Amongst many, the one that comes to mind first is when Jake Austin had done a hunting exercise wherein he had asked a lot of the units to go and decapitate Futurama farmers in order to disrupt their food supply and make them suffer.
Witness, how did Commander Austin justify these orders?
Commander Austin never justified any of these orders to anyone.
Why he didn't justify these orders?
I believe that Jake Austin is a personality who is very influential. He has great connects with the public, and he also has connects with various politicians in the cabinet, owing to which a lot of agencies have also failed to take any action against him.
Witness, but why would he give such an order in the first place?
Knowing the man, I believe that he is someone...
I'm so sorry to stop you. I think maybe you want to lay a foundation as to why the witness... You're asking the witness to speculate, aren't you? Perhaps you can build up to this by establishing some basis of knowledge with the witness.
Your Excellencies, the witness has said that he had worked under Commander Jake Austin. He was a member of his unit, so he has seen the working of the accused. So he is basing his, so he is telling about those orders which were when he was a part of. When he was a part of the forces, those orders were given. So he's telling to us about those orders. So these are not based on speculation, Your Excellencies.
That's good. So you can ask perhaps any indications that the witness saw which would give him an understanding about the reasoning behind the actions of the person he's describing, something like that.
Indeed, Your Excellencies, I would build up upon that. Witness, please share some instances from where you get such an knowledge about the accused.
As far as instances are concerned, it's very clear that back home, Jake Austin is a man who has a lot of respect from a lot of people, and he's often seen hanging out with a lot of politicians who are in the central cabinet. So it's very clear that he has those connects.
Witness, please further elaborate upon those political motives.
I believe that after working at the army, Jake Austin probably wants to join politics, owing to which he does the same.
Witness, as you have served under the accused, what would you tell us about the November 3 attack that happened in Dexter?
I believe that the November 3 attack was heinous, to say the least. It was against a particular religious group, and I believe that Jake Austin made sure that the civilians were not separated from the combatants, and it did not follow any international standards.
Witness, why would you say so?
Because it's very evident that even when he had to take care of the civilians, there were pamphlets, but they only had QR codes, they did not have any information, and then there was a lack of supplies that would be needed. It seemed like he wanted to make sure that he was not responsible for action, so he did the bare minimum, but he did not do enough so that civilians are saved.
Witness, as you yourself have served as a captain in the army, what implications on the people such actions could have brought?
I believe that it becomes a mental thing at the end of the day. Like, a lot of civilians, when they go through these processes, they end up not knowing what to do, because one day they're hanging out with their neighbors, and then the other day they are all fighting for food. They are all fighting for the basic needs. They end up killing themselves in the process.
Witness, please provide some other instances of such conduct of accused.
Another instance that comes to mind for sure is what happened at Mmon in late 2022.
Please elaborate upon that.
In Mmon, the Titanian army was fighting the militia, and in the process, Jake Austin had made sure that he used a lot of human bodies as shields, and there were a lot of summary executions, to say the least.
Thank you, witness. Your Excellencies, the council has no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, permission to approach the dais. Am I audible? Is this fine? Mr. President, Your Excellencies, as introduced previously, I am the speaker number 2 for the legal representatives of the victims. I will be conducting the cross-examinations and then subsequently giving the closing statement in the trial.
Good morning, counsel.
Good morning. Witness, could you please tell us about why you are here and why you're giving this testimony? What's the basis of you giving this testimony today?
I'm someone who has had differences in terms of professional functioning with Jake Austin for a long time. But when I was in the army, I noticed that he had certain powers owing to which I did not feel like I could take anything up officially, and I felt scared for my life, which is why I was silent for so long. But now that this honorable court has taken up this matter, I feel confident enough to come here and testify.
So is it then fair to say that you are here to testify about the motive and intent of the accused in the trial?
I'm here to testify about his character. At the end of the day, the decision will be taken by the counsels and the judges.
But your description says that you are here to testify behind the motive and intent about the acts that took place. Is that correct?
I would frame it as character.
Certainly. Moving forward, accused, now, you worked with, moving forward, witness, you worked with the accused. Would it be fair to say that there was a change in nature, in the intensity of hatred towards Futurama that the accused showed over a period of time that you worked with him?
I personally think it was extreme from the very beginning.
It was extreme from the very beginning?
Yes.
Alright, and is it also true that the accused believed the Futurama people of Arendelle as born criminals?
Yes, he had at various occasions made very public statements that mention the same.
And witness, is it also true that he butchered men belonging to the Futurama community in public squares?
Yes, he did.
And the public saw that as a form of entertainment?
Yes, I believe that also contributes to his intentions to join the politics, because he could see after Mmon especially that a lot of people who also come from extreme point of view and perspectives, they saw these actions and they thought, okay, here is someone brave who will kill the people I dislike. And he probably thought that that would be a great premise to kickstart his political career.
So the butchering of Futurama community people made him a populist?
Yes, it did.
Certainly. Moving forward from there, witness, could you please tell us what were the strategies used in the War of Mmon?
Could you?
I'll be a bit more specific.
Yeah.
Did the tactics used therein by the accused involve cutting down the food supplies to the locals, to the civilians?
Yes, it did.
And did that lead to a huge amount of deaths?
Surely.
And did that also, was there also a strategy which involved breakdown of families so that you divide them and then break them individually?
Yes, that was done in Dexter as well, and the same has been done in the past. I believe that he is a cunning man who uses his intelligence in all the wrong ways. He knows that at times, he can't kill people on his own or send his men to shoot people down. In those circumstances, he makes sure that people feel suffocated because of the situation that they are in which they fumble and chaos is created.
Certainly. Witness, now let's take a step back. Keeping aside his feelings and his conduct towards Futurama people, do you still believe that the accused was a good commander, a good soldier?
Surely, I do believe he had attributes that can be considered good. He was a good tactician.
And as a former army man, you would know that what is the basic thing taught or prescribed in a military manual, right?
Surely.
Could you please tell us what is the basic thing that every army man is supposed to know and act upon? What is the basic principle?
I believe there are two things that come to mind at the top of my head. Firstly, that civilians and non-combatants in general should be separated from the combatants. And secondly, I'm aware that even if there is a hierarchy and we are supposed to follow orders, if an order is against any humanitarian or international standards, then everybody has the right to say no to that.
Okay, one last question, witness. So, accused being a good soldier, did he follow these principles which are so basic to an army man?
I do not think so.
Thank you, witness. I'll be all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency.
Your Excellencies, before proceeding with the cross-examination, I would just like to clarify what sorts of objections can be raised in the course of these examinations? If you may please clarify.
Whatever procedural and other grounds you may have to stop the counsel from raising the question, you can raise as per established principles of procedure and law.
All right, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Merlo.
Good morning.
Would it be correct to say that you have known Mr. Jake Austin for a long time, just to clarify?
Surely.
Right. And you were dismissed at the recommendation, dismissed from service at the recommendation of the accused for insubordination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned in your testimony that Jake Austin is also a sinister and apathetic human being.
Yes.
Right. Would it be, and you said that he has also issued many orders over a long period of time against the future armaments. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also mentioned that his hate for the future armaments has been extreme since the beginning. That is correct?
Yes.
All right. So once you were dismissed and you decided not to comply with the orders passed, what was this turning point for you? Because this hate has always been there.
I believe that the hate has always been there, but because of the hierarchy, at some point even Jake Austin was just a soldier. He didn't have a lot of command, he didn't have a lot of power, but over time I could see that he was misusing his powers that were rested upon him in a way that would be harmful in a much larger sense. And what happened at Mmon especially, that's when I noticed that these are just some things that a principled man like I am cannot stand by.
All right, duly noted. I will come back to that later. But you right now said that he was a soldier from the very beginning.
He started off as a soldier.
Right. And I would just like to clarify that has he not issued any specific orders before this order about butchering the future armament farmers before this? Has he not issued any orders?
I fail to see the specific question there. Like, what timeline are you talking about?
Right. So you talked about an order where he specifically asked you to butcher future armament farmers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And has there been an order precedent to this about butchering future armaments?
The warfare in Mmon comes to mind. Before that, I can't think of one myself.
All right. And he has issued, so why exactly did you not have a problem with the warfare in Mmon? Why is this specific order a turning point for you?
When I was in Mmon, that is when I saw how he was misusing his powers. I had already, once I went to the battlefield, I did not have the ability to go back.
Point to
I
be
noticed
noted, Your Excellencies. Yeah.
But I noticed that those were things I disagreed with, which is why very soon I voiced out, and because of that I was dismissed.
Right. You also mentioned that he did not comply with certain international standards. What international standards, plural, are you referring to?
I'm referring to the conduct that happened on the night of the 3rd November.
Is there any international legal standard that you were referring to here? When you
Specifically.
specific point to be noted, Your Excellencies. Furthermore, you said that he has certain political ambitions. Did Mr. Jake Austin expressly come up to you and tell you about his political ambitions?
Not to me specifically, no.
Point to be noted, Your Excellencies. You also mentioned, of course, in your testimony as well, that certain cabinet leaders were also affected by this hate against the future armaments. Would that be correct?
Yes.
All right. Could you specify the names of these cabinet leaders and what exactly did they say to you?
Unfortunately, that's beyond the purview of my testimonial and also extremely sensitive.
Point to be noted, Your Excellencies. Furthermore, you also mentioned that human bodies were being used as shield. So whose human bodies are you referring to?
The dead bodies that were there at the warfare.
So which community are we referring to here?
I'm sorry, I did not stand there and see the faces or identify the bodies.
Right, so you're not exactly aware that these human bodies that died in the course were exactly a particular community, is that correct?
Yes.
Point to be noted, Your Excellencies. Furthermore, you talked about pamphlets with QR codes being circulated, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. When were you dismissed from your service, Mr. Merlo?
January 23.
Alright, and when was this operation in Dexter conducted?
November 23.
How are you aware as to the circulation of these pamphlets with QR codes?
I've been very well read about the political state in my home country, and I read a news report about the same.
About pamphlets being circulated with QR codes?
Yes.
Which newspaper report are we talking?
I don't remember the specific name. I believe it was the National Daily of Titan.
Alright. Did anyone specifically from the military inform you about these pamphlets with the QR codes?
No.
Were you on ground to witness these pamphlets yourselves?
No.
Point to be noted, Your Excellencies. Lastly, you also mentioned that Futuraman men were butchered in public spaces. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And were you a witness to the butchering?
Yes.
And how were you able to identify that these people who were being butchered were specifically Futuramans?
Obviously, I can't generalize for all the things, but I remember at various occasions there were Futuraman people who were talking about various things, which made it clear they had identified as Futuraman people, and soon I could see that they were being
But you're not quite sure as to whether all these persons butchered were Futuramans.
No, what I mean is that as far as my testimony is concerned, I saw some people identify as Futuraman and they were killed.
So how did you identify that these persons were Futuramans?
Because they did themselves.
Pardon, could you repeat yourself?
Because they did themselves.
They themselves stated that they were Futuramans?
Yes.
And why did they have this incentive to state that they were Futuramans?
Because there were discussions going on about various political topics.
Alright, what political topics are we referring to?
A lot of religious topics. Again, there's nothing specific that comes to mind. It was a general discussion.
So, are you suggesting that once they mentioned their religion, they were instantly butchered?
Not instantly, but yes.
Consequentially?
Yes.
So at the point where they were being butchered, did they specifically state that they were Futuramans?
When they were being killed, they could not speak.
Point to be noted, Your Excellencies, prior to the commission of their... Is my time over? Alright, that will be all from my end. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Do
you.
I have permission to leave the dais? Thank you.
Can we have prosecution witness to here on the podium?
Can all counsel please identify the party and whether the first speaker, one or two, because online judges cannot always see counsel speaking. Thank you, please.
Indeed, Your Excellencies, I am speaker 1 from prosecution side. The counsel seeks permission to proceed with the chief examination. Much obliged. Witness, firstly we would like to take an oath. Kindly repeat after me the following words. I solemnly declare that
I solemnly declare that
what I shall state
what I shall state
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, witness. Witness, please state your full name and age for the record.
My name is Eugene Jacobs. I am 75 years of age.
And please state your religion and nationality.
I am from the Futurama religion and my nationality is Arundel.
Witness, briefly describe your background and role in the village of Parable prior to November 2023.
I am a farmer from the village of Parable and I have previously represented my people as their elected representative.
Witness, why are you in the court today?
I am in the court today to testify against Jake Austin, for his actions against Parable.
What kind of actions are you talking about?
Jake Austin and his people have forcibly displaced us from our village and have made us to leave all our heritage and all our lives behind.
When were you forced to leave your village?
On the night of November 2, 2023.
And why were you forced to leave your village?
They did not say. They just came in and they told us to pack up all our belongings in a matter of hours and leave.
Please further elaborate on the instances of November 2.
There were a few soldiers who just came into our village. They ordered us to pack our belongings. They told us to follow instructions written on some pamphlets which were useless pieces of paper, and they asked us to just leave.
Witness, you mentioned pamphlets were useless to you. Why do you say so?
Those pamphlets had some codes on them, but we weren't able to make any sense of those, and we were just told to follow those instructions, but we couldn't access those instructions at all.
Why were you not able to access those instructions?
Because they required the use of smartphones or something, but we did not have electricity for 45 days, so we weren't able to access them at all.
Witness, please walk us through what happened once you were forced to leave the village.
Once we were forced to leave, drones and soldiers flanked us on all sides, and they divided the women and children from the men, and they took us through forests and wild animals and whatnot.
Witness, you mentioned about women being divided from men and children.
Yes.
How was it done?
Use of force. They dragged us, they pushed us apart, they shouted at us, barked at us. They were very violent.
What kind of reason was provided for the same?
They did not provide us with any reason.
Witness, please elaborate what happened after the journey that you made.
After that journey, we were taken to camps, which were just hell. We were given packets of food in exchange for all our valuables. We were given water from a ditch that was filled with animal carcasses and insects, and we were deprived of even basic human dignity. People from our group were kidnapped by soldiers. They never returned.
Witness, what kind of treatment was given to you and your fellow villagers by the soldiers?
They were extremely brutal. They were merciless. They did not give us any clarification. They did not tell us where they were taking us, why they were taking us. When we tried to ask them for any information, they shoved us away and were very rude to us.
Witness, you mentioned instances of people being kidnapped. Please provide any specific details or accounts of such kidnappings.
I will give you one example. One of my neighbors, we were already very desperate, so we were trying to just fend off death for a few more hours, I would say, and suddenly there was some altercation with the soldiers and they took him away, and I never saw him since.
What kind of reason was provided for same?
No reason at all.
Witness, where are you residing now?
I am living as a refugee in Philo Republic now.
And what is your current situation there?
I am a refugee seeking political asylum. I am living on charity like some prisoner.
Thank you, witness. Thank you, Your Excellencies. The Council has no further questions.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, permission to approach the dais. Could you just not start the time for a minute? Mr. President, Your Excellencies, before I begin with the cross-examination, I just needed one clarification. Are we allowed to say things like point to be noted or give passing submissions during the cross-examinations, because we are under an impression that points are being noted and we are not allowed to make submissions. So I got a sense from my learned co-counsel that that might be allowed. So could the judges quite make that clear?
We are, as you said, noting the point, so mentioning that point to be noted becomes superfluous from our point of view.
Much obliged, Your Excellency. Witness, is it true that you are here to testify about the silent massacre of the Futurama people in Arundel.
It is true.
And witness, could you please tell us about, I know it must be difficult, but could you please talk us about how events unfolded on that fateful night of November the 2nd?
On that night, soldiers barged into our village, Parable. They all shouted orders. They told us about those pamphlets. They told us to follow those instructions. There were no reasons given. They told us to pack all our belongings in a matter of hours and completely leave our village behind. And they, as I said, they took us through forests. They separated men and children from women, and they were rude. They were brutal. They finally took us to those camps where it was very difficult to live.
I understand, witness. And could you please tell us about how were the conditions at the camp, briefly?
The camp was hell, to put it briefly. We had no food. Whatever food we got was through this corrupt barter system with the soldiers. We were expected to give all our valuables. There was water was from that ditch that was steaming with insects and carcasses. There were kidnappings. There was brutality. It was bad.
And witness, is it then fair to say that the shortage of food at the campsites turned old neighbors into rivals, fierce rivals? They turned against each other, the civilians.
It is true, because those people had nothing to live with. They had no choice because those soldiers had made it hell for them.
I understand, witness. And then could you please tell us about how important your motherland is to you, the land of Arundel, how important that is to you?
That land is where my entire community has lived for generations. That is the land which we have tilled since time immemorial. So that is the most dear thing that I have.
So then, witness, would it be fair to say living like a refugee or like a prisoner in a different country is no way a compensation or a reparation, or it does not make your condition any better? What you deserve is your motherland, which is the land of Arundel.
Indeed, that would be correct.
So, thank you, witness. And moving on from there, could you also tell us about how you were, what was the exact sense of panic that unfolded that night?
We did not know what to do because these instructions were useless. All of us were relying on instinct, my entire family. We were following those who we thought knew what they were doing. So we were just going somewhere in the dark. We did not understand anything. So we were very scared. We were helpless.
I understand, witness. That would be all for the cross-examination. Much obliged, Your Excellency.
Good morning, Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs, you said that you are 75 years old.
Indeed.
Are you sure your old age will not cloud your memory and your judgment?
I am sure.
All right. Noted. You said that the soldiers came and asked you to leave your homes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did they specifically tell you, the Futuramans amongst you, to leave your homes? Is that correct?
The entire village of Parable consists of Futuramans, so it was a very direct and clear command.
So is it correct to say that there are absolutely no other religions, members of other religions living in Parable?
Not in Parable, no.
Not in Parable. All right, duly noted. And you said that you were not able to access the pamphlets.
True, that is true.
And why do you think was the pamphlets required to be accessed?
Because they said that they had instructions on what to do. But since we couldn't access them, we could never understand what we were supposed to do.
So how did you know where to proceed further?
As I said, all of us were just relying on the instinct of those whom we thought knew what they were doing, so we were just following them.
So what did the people on whom you were relying, you were basing your instinct on, what exactly did they know?
We do not know what they knew. Everybody was trying to find some way out of that darkness that had engulfed us.
Let me rephrase this. Were you relying on the instinct of people who knew safe pathways? Is that correct?
They did not know safe pathways. I knew those people. That is why I relied on them. Otherwise, none of us knew where we were going and why we were going.
Right, duly noted. You said that certain people were also kidnapped in this process. Why were they kidnapped?
They were kidnapped after we got to the camps. From there, they were kidnapped, and we were never given reasons for that.
You were never given reasons for that. All right. And did they do anything specific for them to be kidnapped there?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Do you also believe that they were kidnapped because of their religion?
I am inclined to believe that, because from what we have seen, the kind of brutality that we have seen
Right.
over the years. So
I understand. Since they also belong to the same religion as you, Mr. Jacobs, why were you not kidnapped instead of them?
I would just say luck. There was nothing else because stopping those monsters.
All right. So there was nothing specifically that those people did apart from just being Futuramans, as you said, to provoke the soldiers. Is that correct?
Your Excellency, objection. The counsel is badgering the witness. The witness has already answered the said question multiple times.
I will proceed to my next question if Your Excellencies do not take this. All right. Thank you so much. You said that, did you, while you were being asked to evacuate, did you even get enough time to pack your valuables?
We did not. We were told to pack all of our valuables in a matter of hours. That was not simply not.
Were you able to pack your valuables?
Not all of them. No.
All right. So you would not say that you were able to pack enough valuables, just to understand your statement.
Not specifically valuables only. Everything that we needed for sustenance. So they were telling us essentially to pack up all our lives.
Right. I understand. And you also mentioned in your testimony that you were asked to exchange food packets for valuables. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you have enough valuables in exchange for this food?
We did not. None of us did. Because as you might know, Arundel is a very poor region.
So would it be correct to say that you received absolutely no food because you did not have valuables?
That would not be entirely accurate, because we did receive something, but only when we gave them whatever we had.
Whatever you had, all right. And you also agreed to the fact that being in Filo Republic has also not made your conditions any better from those of the camps. Is that correct?
That is not correct. Anything is better than those camps.
Anything is better than those camps. So would it be correct to say that Filo Republic is not making your conditions better?
Filo Republic is trying the best it can. However, since I have been deprived of my home, I cannot be expected to be happy.
All right. And finally, would it be correct to say that these people who did not belong to the Futurama sect would also get caught in the process of these kidnappings, as you said?
I do not understand the question.
Right. Probably not in parable, but what is your opinion as to whether people from other communities would also be kidnapped?
I do not think I know of any other region in this way. I mean, I would not be able to say, because I know only about my village, my parable.
All right. Okay. That's all from my end. Thank you very much, Mr. Jacobs. Thank you.
Just a reminder for all counsel to please identify their group and their number, please. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, permission to approach the dais. Much obliged. Your Excellencies, I'm Speaker 1 for the Council for the Legal Representatives of the Victims, and I'll be conducting the chief examination of the victims. Your Excellencies, with your permission, I would like to call upon Victim Witness 1 to the stand. Victim Witness 1, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, is an expert witness. Witness for the undertaking of the oath in accordance with the rules of the International Criminal Code. Kindly repeat after me. I solemnly declare that
I solemnly declare that
I shall speak the truth,
I shall speak the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much, witness. Witness, for the record, could you state your name, nationality, occupation, and age?
I'm Jack Mmon. I'm 57 years old. I'm the High Priest of the Futurama Community Center of the Arundel, and my nationality is Arundel.
Thank you, witness. Your Excellencies, the deposition of the witness is given on page 20 of the compromise. Thank you. Witness, could you introduce yourself to the court? as to what you do and why you are here to testify.
So like I said, I'm the High Priest of the Futurama Community Center. I've been preaching the tenets of the Futurama religion since 1994 now. I've been in the High Order of the Priest, and I'm here to testify about our unique ethnic customs and traditions that we've been following through generations. And I'm also here to shed light upon the suffering that my community has been inflicted upon.
Thank you, Witness. Witness, what were you taught as part of the Futurama leadership? If you could enlighten the court about that.
So like I said, I've been preaching the tenets of the Futurama religion since 1994, and we as a community preach peace. We don't support violence. We are a very peace-loving and inclusive community. Yes.
Thank you, Witness. Witness, could you tell us about the history of the Futurama community in Arundel?
So our religion and our ethnicity has been etched deep in our souls from our very birth. We've been taught about various customs and traditions that have not only been practicing from a few years, but that have been surrounded our lives for generations now and have been passed from our forefathers. So yes.
So, Witness, can you tell us about the history of the Futurama community in relation to the time period? To be more specific, the background of the Futurama community when it comes to how long it existed.
It has existed time immemorial. It has been here forever. It's our land, and we should be given rights on our land.
Thank you, Witness. Witness, how is the Futurama community of Arundel different from the Futurama community around the world?
So we have many unique customs and traditions that are unique to the community of Futurama in Arundel, one of which is consumption of groundnuts throughout the year. So this practice is looked down upon in the international community of Futuramans, but it's very unique to us because the land that's there in Arundel and Titan is very apt for cultivation of groundnuts. So this is a practice that's very unique to our ethnicity in Arundel.
So, Witness, what is the common bond that holds the people of the Futurama community in Arundel together?
So I would say the common bond that holds us all together is one, our religion itself, our ethnicity is itself, because we thought from our very childhood about the various traditions and customs of our community. And secondly, it's also the shared trauma that we all have from the violence that has been inflicted upon us for a very, very long time now. So since we've all been inflicted to this violence, we also share a common bond through that.
Thank you, Witness. Witness, I know this would be tough for you, but for the sake of clarity, could you elaborate how has the conflict with Titan affected you as a member of the Futurama community?
It has had a devastating effect on us because it has left numerous children orphaned, which I'm also a part of. I've also been orphaned by this conflict that has been going on for years now, so I'm able to deeply empathize with the children and the suffering of all the people in Futurama in Arundel right now. And there's also so this conflict has completely stopped our progress. It has halted and seized our progress. We don't have basic facilities. There's no food, there's no shelter, there's no education, there's no healthcare facilities. So this violence that has been inflicted upon us by the Titanian Defense Forces has stripped us of our humanity. It has taken our identity. So yes, it has had the worst effect on us.
Witness, we sincerely sympathize with you. Thank you so much. I'll have two final concluding questions to you. Firstly, Witness, what is your opinion on the Resistance Army since you are in your capacity as an expert witness to this court?
My opinion on the Resistance Party and its wing, Resistance Army, is that they've not done enough for us, for our progress as a community on our land, but they've also not targetedly persecuted us based on our ethnicity, and they've not targeted violence on us like the Titanian Defense Forces have continued to do for years now.
Witness, would you sympathize with the cause of the resistance army?
I believe that I don't think I sympathize with the cause of the resistance army because we as a community and my preachings have always told that we are a very peace-loving community. So if we were to achieve a solution, it would be through peace and non-violence. So I do not support violence because the casualties are on both the sides now. There are many innocent lives that are lost. So yes.
Witness, concluding question. Do you think, in your opinion, the Futurama community of Arundel believe in the cause of the resistance army?
I don't think it's I don't think I'm in a position to talk for all the Futuramans that are present in the land of Arundel, but I can assure you that majority of Futuramans believe in the cause of peace and the tenets of our religion.
Thank you so much, Witness. That would be all, Your Excellencies. Much obliged.
Your Excellencies, I am Speaker 2 for Team 04. May I begin with the cross-examination? Much obliged, Your Excellencies. Mr. Mmon, you are a religious leader of your community, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been serving in this position?
I've been serving in this position since 1994 now.
So 30 years.
Yes.
Can you please describe the foundational tenets of your religion for us?
Like I've told this before in my chief examination as well, our fundamental tenets, our fundamental preachings are peace and love and inclusivity.
Thank you, Witness. Can you please also shed some light on the societal and cultural aspects of your community?
Like I said, all of us, we share a common bond. We have diverse cultures, we have various unique traditions that we follow, and all of us have a very strong community because it's the only way we could get through the vicious cycle of violence that has been inflicted upon us for years now.
And how do festivals and elders contribute to the cohesion of your community?
They serve as a guiding light, guiding path for us, and yes, so they unite us all because we've been taught from our very childhood about the fundamental teachings of our religion. So yes, I think even our younger generation, our children are all very involved in our community.
Witness, can you please tell us, are congregations like festivals common within your community?
So one festival that's very unique and common to us is the harvest festivals that we celebrate. So around the world it's celebrated somewhere around June and April, because of our unique geographical position, it's celebrated during the spring in our country.
You have also mentioned about a common suffering and struggle that you face. Is this struggle and suffering due to Titan?
Yes, it's completely due to the military and the Titan Defense Forces. So we've been persecuted for a very long time, like I mentioned again and again, and it has had a very, very devastating effect on us, on our children, on everyone.
So this shared experience of persecution, does this also contribute to community building and oneness?
It does, yes, indeed.
So would you say that you share common duties with your people, the community?
Yes.
You have also mentioned in your testimony that your nationality binds you to your land. Why do you say that?
Because I and my people have always believed for Arundel to be a nation. So that is why nationality also binds us together.
And has the Titanian attacks caused migration within your community?
Yes, it has had a very ill effect on us, because now we have to externally also displace and migrate to countries where we are nationless migrants that don't have identity of our own. So yes.
So being a nationless migrant away from your country, how has this affected you and disrupted your cultural aspects? One, the conflict itself has halted and ceased all the progress, and now since people have also migrated to different countries and different places, they've also had a very bad time in the places that they have migrated to. You also mentioned that you have the highest number of children orphaned due to this unholy conflict. What is the unholy conflict you are referring to? The unholy conflict refers to the attacks that were constantly inflicted upon for many, many years. The present conflict as well. There are numerous children that have been orphaned, which I am also a part of. Thank you, witness. Thank you, Your Excellencies. That is the end of my questioning. Good day, Mr. Jack Mmon. Good evening. How are you feeling? I'm feeling good. I understand. Like the legal representatives of the victim said, you are an expert witness in this case, is that correct? Yes. All right. Do you have specific knowledge about Futuromans in Arundel? Would that be correct? Of course, indeed. All right. Mr. Mmon, could you tell us a bit about specific commandments of Futuroman in Arundel? The Futuroman community of Arundel. Could you please rephrase your question? Specific religious commandments that the Futuroman community of Arundel has. Like I've already mentioned numerous times now, I mentioned about the festivals, the groundnut eating custom that has been. To stop you here. My question was with regards to any specific religious commandments as such. Any general principles that Futuromans in Arundel follow? I mentioned it before also that we support peace, love and inclusivity. Yes. All right. And are there any specific deities of the Futuroman community in Arundel? Yes, of course, but I don't know how this is relevant to my testification right now. All right, but could you please name any specific deities since you said that they are?
Objection, Your Excellencies. The witness has testified already. The counsel is badgering the witness with the same question.
Your Excellencies, no information as to specific deities was asked, and I believe that could help us in understanding the Futuroman community in Arundel. If you permit.
Please answer the question.
We do have specific deities. For example, we have we believe in a higher power, that's the God. So yes. All right. You also does the resistance army also attack you because of your ethnicity? No. All right. Do they also attack you because of your religion? No. All right. You also said that your struggle against, would it be correct to say that your struggle against Titan's oppression is a factor which unites you as Futuromans? Yes. All right. And you also mentioned something in the testimony about your fragmented policy against the military might of Titan, which has led to a massive migrant crisis. So are you referring to the policy of the resistance army which has led to this crisis? No, I'm not referring to the policies of the resistance army. What I'm referring to here is when there's a peace-loving community in a land, when there's conflict for years and violence for years, there is bound to be some tensions between the various ethnic groups. So that is why there are fragmented policies within our community itself. All right. So would it be correct to say that there are people who believe in different ideas and associate with different ideologies within your community itself? Yes. All right. Are there any persons in your community who also associate with the resistance army? That I cannot be sure of. But what I'm very sure of is that majority of my community has chosen the path of righteousness, but during that time there might be some people that have chosen the path of violence, so yes. All right. And you said that something about groundnuts being particular to Futuromans in Arundel specifically. Yes. So would it be correct to say that these groundnuts are grown because of the fertile land that you have in Arundel? Yes. And this fertile land also exists in Titan as well. So are groundnuts also being growing there specifically? I think. I can't be sure of it.
All right. And you also mentioned something about festivals. Can you specify any one festival? Like, do you have any particular names of festivals?
I don't know how that is relevant because I've already mentioned about the festivals that we celebrate.
Alright,
That's unique to us.
That answers my question. You've also stated in your testimony that Futuramans have the highest number of children who have been orphaned due to this conflict.
Yes.
All right. On what grounds are you saying that Futuramans have the highest number of children? Are you aware of any such data?
Of course. Even around me, I've seen there have been reports for years now because the violence has been continued for years.
Specific reports are you referring to?
I'm not sure about it right now. And
Thank you so
yes.
much. That answers my question. Is it correct to say that there have been other children as well as members of other religions that have also died in the course of this conflict? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Right. And is everyone in Dexter a Futuraman? Yes or no?
Yes.
Everyone in Dexter is a Futuraman. How are you aware that every person in this population is a Futuraman in Dexter?
As my capacity here as an expert witness, where I'm only the high priest of my Futuraman Community Center, I don't understand how that is relevant and how I'm supposed to know
Sorry
that.
to cut you off here, witness. I'm just asking, how are you aware that each and every person in Dexter is a Futuraman?
I do not say each and every person, but the majority of the population in Dexter comprises of Futuramans.
All right. You also said that you were orphaned because of this conflict 57 years ago, if I'm not wrong?
Yes.
All right. And would it be correct to say that Mr. Jake Austin was the commander back then and was causing this destruction to you?
I don't think he was the commander then. No.
All right. That is all from my end. Thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, permission to approach the podium. Much obliged. Your Excellencies, I'm Speaker 1 for the Council for the Legal Representatives of the Victims, and I'll be doing the Chief Examination of Victim Witness 2. Your Excellencies, Victim Witness 2 is a witness of fact, and Council would seek permission to first undertake the oath to the witness and later on start with the Chief Examination. Much obliged. Witness, could you kindly repeat after me? I solemnly declare that I'll speak the truth,
I'll speak the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, witness. Witness, could you state your nationality, name, age, and occupation for the record?
I'm from Arundel. I'm 36. My name has been redacted for security and safety purposes, as I was a villager of Parabel.
Witness, Your Excellency and Mr. President, the deposition of the witness is given on page 22 of the compromise. Thank you. Witness, you said that your name has been redacted. Why is that so?
Because of the violence that occurred on the night of November 3rd, and because of safety reasons, again, as a member that can provide eyewitness statements for the same.
Witness, before I begin with my main questions, let it be noted that we deeply sympathize with the cause and that you are the eyewitness to this particular incident. So if you don't feel comfortable or require any assistance, kindly make us aware of that. Thank you, witness. Witness, could you introduce yourself to the court once again for clarity?
Before I begin, I would like to say that the events that occurred in November, it ruined the lives of my family, my friends, the people of Parabel. The countless people lost their lives, their families, they lost their homes, and even their sense of selves. I hope that through my testimony, we're able to exact justice, and that the devastation that we felt and we faced does not go unnoticed. Additionally, I was a villager of Parabel. I'm 36 years old, and I am I am from Arundel.
Thank you so much, witness. Witness, let's get straight to the point. How did the events unfold on that fateful night of November 2nd, 2023?
I remember I had just put my children to bed, and so it had been around an hour, and I was in the kitchen, and I was preparing the meals for the next day, when suddenly I heard so much noise outside. It was complete chaos. There was sirens blazing, and I was paralyzed with a sense of fear because I'd never heard this much like commotion. After that, like I could just hear people yelling, and they were like, "Leave!" And we had no idea what was happening, and all I could think about is that my children are sleeping. I had no idea what we were going to do next.
Witness, did you see the accused while the operation was going on?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, witness. Witness, could you tell us how the relocation plan was going to take place?
So we were given 4 hours, just barely 4 hours to pack up our entire lives and move. We were roughly told that we had to go through some safe passage and that we would be moved to the south and that this was for our protection. And yes, we had no time to do anything. We had to carry basic necessities, but again, all I could think about my children. I didn't know if I should be preparing for their future or how long this would be or if I'd even have space to carry things or what we'd have to do.
Witness, were you given enough time to pack the basic necessities?
No, as I mentioned before, barely 4 hours.
Thank you, witness. Witness, what were your thoughts about the relocation plan?
So, as I mentioned, it was to the south. At least that's what people were saying. There was no proper information provided about anything. And I've heard tales of the south, of other relocation attempts. And my parents had told me when I was growing up that around like 15 years ago and that it was around 800 miles and that people were sent, my own family members were sent to the south and that they were like left to their own devices. They were like robbed and stolen from. They were like left defenseless to attacks from like wild animals.
Thank you, witness. Witness, before we go further with this chief examination, would you require some water?
No, it's okay.
Thank you so much, witness. Witness, how has this forced displacement affected you?
As I mentioned before, I don't think that I'll ever be able to go back to the person that I was before these events occurred. The 4 hours that we were given, I had to choose between so many things and make so many decisions. And I'm someone that loves to carry photographs and memories of my children's first steps. And I had to leave everything behind. And I feel like I left a part of myself in that house as well.
Thank you so much, witness, and we appreciate your courage. Witness, can you tell us what were the brutal methods that were employed by the people of the Titanian Defense Forces?
As I mentioned before, they said that this was for our protection, but it felt like anything but that. They were so aggressive and no one was informing us of anything or even like giving us a sense of security. They were just ushering us. We were just pushed and shoved and we were left defenseless. And then I remember we were initially on a transport vehicle and then we were in the middle of nowhere in this so-called safe passage. We were started to be picked apart. Families were torn, men were separated, women and children were separated, and that's when everything that was already so chaotic became even worse.
Thank you, witness. Witness, except for the abrupt orders that were given to you, were there any other methods of effective communication that was carried out?
I heard and I think I saw some pamphlets on the ground, but other than that, there was nothing.
Were these pamphlets useful to you and your family?
I was not able to access these pamphlets.
Thank you so much, witness. Witness, how has this displacement affected your mental health?
As I mentioned before, I honestly don't think I'll ever be able to go back to the person I used to be before these events occurred, and that this consistent sense of fear, it remains within me till today.
Witness, do you consider yourself as a member of the Futurama community to be an ethnic group?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, witness. Witness, one final question. Do you ever think that you'll be able to go back to the place where you were or your community can ever become the peaceful, loving community it should be as per its tenets?
I hope, but I think every day passes and all the events that I hear about, I hope, but the possibility gets dimmer every day. I hope that the actions of this court will one day give me the possibility of going back home.
Thank you so much, witness. Your faith will be taken into account. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. Much obliged. That would be all.
I'm Speaker 2 for the Office of the Prosecutor. May I begin with the cross-examination?
Much obliged, Your Excellencies. Witness, your name is redacted as I understand. Can we refer to you as victim witness 2? Is that fine?
Yes.
Thank you, witness. In your written deposition submitted before the court, you have said that guns and sirens were all ablaze while you were still preparing dinner. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were still in the village of Parabel and this happened before the relocation journey started, or you were provided with any pamphlets?
Yes.
How did you and your fellow villagers determine the direction and destination of your journey?
As I mentioned before, once we had the 4 hours and we had packed, we were just pushed around and shoved, and so we followed the general direction of the crowd. I had no idea where the people before me were going. I just had to move with them.
You said you were pushed around and shoved, so were there any means of transport provided to you by them?
Initially, we were provided means of transport, but after we were segregated, we did not have.
What were the conditions in the means of transport? Were they humane?
No, they were not humane.
Why do you say so?
As I mentioned, these soldiers, they treated us worse than animals. We didn't have space to breathe, let alone stand properly.
Witness, how many people were displaced in this by the directions of the army, TDF?
So the entire village, as I recall, so around 200 families, I think.
And how far away was the camp?
I'm not sure. I think around, no, not sure.
Were you provided any food and water during the journey of the relocation?
No.
No food and water, zero provision by them?
We had to bargain for it and barter for it and beg for it, but not a lot was provided for us. No.
And this barter took place in the camps, as I understand?
Not in the camps, on our journey.
Okay. And what were the food and water conditions in the camp?
I'm not sure. I did not make it to the camp.
Were any members of your family separated during this journey?
Yes, my children.
And who separated them?
The cavalry, the soldiers, as I mentioned before.
Did you see the accused separating them?
I saw the accused, but that was during the events in Parabel more than in the journey.
Were any other basic sustenance provided to you at the camps, during the journey, like medical facilities or water or special care for elderly children or the disabled?
Again, they weren't provided if we begged for it, but even medical facilities were not provided at all.
Were any efforts made by you to negotiate with the soldiers?
No, I was in a very chaotic and I made no efforts.
Did the people who made efforts, did it materialize? Did the soldiers provide them then?
So some of the people that made efforts were also not treated very humanely, as you could say. But other ones, no, they were not provided the materials they really needed, especially medical facilities.
You have said that this attack has destroyed your identity and your sense of self. Why do you say that?
As I mentioned before, the home that I was living in is already disputed land and is already felt so insecure. And on top of that, I had to leave this place that I'd finally made a home with my family and go to a completely new place that I had no idea if I'd ever return. I had no idea if I'd ever be able to see anybody I knew or start a life again or have the resources to start a life again.
Thank you, witness. That would be the end of my questioning. Good day. You would like to maintain your anonymity, right?
Yes.
All right. Would it be correct to say that the indiscriminate attacks by the resistance army pose a threat to you, the civilians? Yes or no?
Firstly, I cannot answer that question in a yes or no answer. I think the answer requires a little bit more elaboration. I wouldn't say that the reason that we were treated the way we were would be because of the resistance party's actions.
All right. So the resistance army wasn't harming you in this process. That is correct.
During the nights of November, no, they were not.
Were they harming you before? Do they attack indiscriminately on the civilians? That was my first question. Yes or no?
The resistance army does not attack the citizens of Fika.
All right. Would it be correct to say that you were abruptly informed to relocate from your homes?
Yes.
Would it be correct to say that certain pamphlets were provided in advance mentioning the safe routes?
Yes.
You were provided pamphlets in advance
Oh, all right, okay. And these pamphlets did not have any QR codes, is that correct?
No, the pamphlets only had a QR code.
So how are you aware that these pamphlets mention safety routes if you could not?
I heard from the soldiers, and they had mentioned the pamphlets as some sort of preventive measure, but we were not able to access it. It was their information through which we knew.
All right. How do you know? You said that you were also packed like sardines into transport. Which motorized vehicle are you referring to here as transport?
Yeah, so again, because we were packed like sardines, I was not able to...
Could you just please answer my question? Which motorized vehicle are you referring to?
Again, as I said, during the events, because I was not even able to see the people, like only the people before me in the backs, I wasn't sure what...
So you're not sure which vehicle it was?
No, it presented itself like a jeep, I could say. It had wheels.
So it was a motorized vehicle, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Excellency. Badgering the witness. The witness has already answered the question thrice before.
I'm not sure as to how that is badgering, but I will proceed if Your Excellencies say so. All right. Are you being attacked for being nationals of Arendelle? Yes or no?
Yes.
You are attacked. All right. You said that you were provided no food and water during the journey, right?
Yes.
And you also mentioned previously that you had to barter with the soldiers for your food. Is that correct?
Other people had to barter with the soldiers for their food, yes.
So how were you able to barter during the course of the journey when there was no food during the course of the journey?
As I mentioned before, I was not, but we needed medical aid, right? A lot of people would...
So you're not sure as to whether food was provided during the course of the journey. That is correct?
I was not provided any food.
All right, but...
Counsel, let's please let the witness finish an answer before asking the next question.
All right, Your Excellency, much obliged. You said you ran from exhaustion. Did you run from the resistance army? Yes or no?
No.
You did not run. Why exactly did you run, Mmon?
So when we were beginning to be picked apart, when the families were being separated, and already we were in such a state of fear, and everything was so confusing, and everything was so violent and aggressive, it felt like I was in danger and that I was going to die. And so I ran from the party.
What exactly were you fearing?
I was fearing the Titan Defense Forces.
Why exactly were you fearing them at this point, which made you run from them?
Because they were picking everyone apart, and in a very aggressive manner. I don't know what was going to happen if they were just going to gun everyone down.
All right. Who exactly were they picking apart?
They were just separating the families. They were segregating based on gender.
Would it be correct to say that they were separating men from women and children?
Yes.
All right. Yes, that is my last question. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is speaker number 1 from the Counsel for the Defense. Good afternoon, Jake Austin. Could you please introduce yourself to the court, Mr. Austin? Right. What are your views on the future armed community?
Not any different to as any other human and person on this planet. The community as such is not the enemy of the state.
Right. And have you ever expressed these views to anyone publicly?
I'm a sworn member of the Titanian Defense Forces, and as such, being a member of a disciplined force, no.
Right. What does your job as a military commander entail?
As a commander, I am in charge of units on the ground, and I am in charge of supervising, providing orders, and carrying out operations as envisaged and as provided for by the Ministry of Defense of the Government of Titan.
Right. Could you tell us what brings you before this court today?
I am here as an accused in the case of Prosecutor versus Jake Austin.
Right. Could you take us through the events of what brings you here?
The events in question are the operations of November the 2nd, wherein the Titanian Defense Forces were tasked with eliminating members of the resistance army and ensuring timely and secure evacuation of civilians from the war zone.
Right. Could you please give some more clarity about the task that was given to you?
Counsel, if you could be more specific.
Could you talk about the orders that you received?
Counsel, I am not permitted to divulge into the details as the matter is sensitive to the national security of Titan. However, our orders were clear-cut to ensure a strike on members of the resistance army in pursuit of intelligence, credible intelligence that was received by the Titanian Defense Forces, and to ensure that civilians are timely and securely and safely evacuated from the war zone prior to launching of the operations.
Right. Could you take us through some of the precautions you took for the civilians?
The Titanian Defense Forces promptly distributed pamphlets amongst the population of Parambel to ensure that information is disseminated amongst the residents, and details are provided as to the shelters that were established by the defense forces in the southern part of Arundel, the modes of evacuation, and the necessities that are to be carried by the civilians.
Right. Could you please tell us a little bit more about these living arrangements?
Well, shelters, as mentioned, were established by the Titanian forces in the southern part of Arundel. Location was carefully chosen to ensure that civilians are away from the brunt of the operations and as far as possible from the area of operations. The shelters contained all basic living arrangements that were needed to be provided to the civilians in honor of obligations under international law.
Right. How long did you intend for these settlements to exist?
Counsel, settlements were temporary in nature and were meant to last until the operation is over.
Right. Could you please tell us a little bit about the nature of the resistance army and their attacks?
Well, the resistance army is a highly trained, organized militia with its sworn enemy as the state of Titan. And the September 2nd attacks left a lasting impact on Titan in terms of the sheer number of innocent civilian casualties that were inflicted upon the state of Titan, and the extent and the regulation of the operations which were conducted as such to strike at the heart of the state of Titan.
Right. Could you take us a little bit through the casualties you mentioned about Titan?
Well, our reports mentioned that there were multiple innocent casualties within the state of Titan as a result of the infiltration and the attacks of September the 2nd.
Right. And could you please specify what was your involvement during this operation?
Well, the operation was meticulously planned as a response to the attacks of September the 2nd and in pursuit of credible intelligence which was received by the Titanian Defense Forces as regards fighters of the resistance army which were holed up in the area of Parambel in the region of Dexter.
Right. In reference to what brings you here today, could you please tell us how your arrest had taken place?
I was on a personal visit to the Philo Republic, and wherein a trap was laid by authorities of the Philo Republic and a manifestly unjust and illegal arrest was conducted.
Right. No further questions, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much.
I'm Speaker 2 from the side of the Office of the Prosecutor. Do I have the permission to begin with the cross-examination? Much obliged, Your Excellencies. Commander Austin, was Operation Dexter conducted under your aegis?
Yes, Counsel, as far as the orders to conduct the operation and to ensure elimination of the resistance army, yes.
Please answer the questions to the precise point.
Yes, Counsel.
What was the scope of your duties while conducting this operation?
Our duty, first and foremost, was to carry out the orders in the letter of their spirit, to ensure complete elimination of members of the resistance army, while at the same time fulfilling obligations under international humanitarian law as regards the state of Titan is concerned.
Can you confirm how many armed civilians, including women and children, were displaced during this journey?
Armed civilians, Counsel, could you?
Unarmed civilians, I'm so sorry.
Counsel, we do not have an exact number as to the number of civilians which were evacuated, but they were in a considerable number.
You have distributed pamphlets, as I understand, before the relocation?
Yes, Counsel.
Was anything written on the pamphlets?
Yes, Counsel, the pamphlets entailed a brief as to the evacuation process that was to be conducted, the method and mode of which, the details of the shelter camps, and the necessities which were to be carried by the civilian population.
And this was accessible through a QR code?
This was written in the pamphlet along with a QR code which provided certain additional miscellaneous information and contained a provision to report emergencies to the concerned authorities.
Okay, and which language were these instructions written in on the pamphlet?
In the local language of the people.
Did you verify whether there was a working internet connection in Arundel?
Counsel, to the best of my knowledge, there was no electricity or internet blackout at the time in the region of Arundel.
What efforts were made by you to distinguish between militants and innocent civilians?
Counsel, the distinction efforts were primarily based on intelligence, which was signals intelligence and ground level intelligence with boots on the ground, wherein holdouts of the members of the resistance army were carefully identified and maximum efforts were made to evacuate civilians from the ambit of the operations, and members were identified and then struck with precision.
Are you aware that people have died in the camps because of lack of basic provision of food and water?
Not to my knowledge, no, Counsel.
Were any efforts made by you to investigate or hold accountable those who have been accused of killing people in the camps?
Counsel, I have no information of the same.
Your Excellencies, as per Annexure 4, the court has a transcript of the communication between the accused and one of his soldiers, in which he has been communicated about the deaths of people during the relocation as well as afterwards.
Objection, Your Excellencies. This evidence has been contested by us, and we shall be making submission to the same in the closing statements. If that's
Indeed,
fine.
Your Excellencies.
Thank you.
Witness, were any...
So, if you want, you can put the communication to the witness and ask whether that's accurate or not. But I think it's best if you don't make submissions about it to us. You can ask the witness about it.
Certainly, Your Excellency, my apologies. Witness, were any tweets made by you on 3rd November 2023?
Not to my knowledge, no, Counsel.
Thank you, witness. Witness, is it true that during Operation Dexter, you had delegated some of your duties to your soldiers?
Counsel, incident commanders are established in units wherein decisions are taken based on ground realities.
And you've also mentioned in your testimony that because you were the commander in charge, you were operating the whole situation through a control room?
Yes, Counsel.
And where was this control room located?
The command center was located near to the region of Dexter.
Near to the region of Dexter and not in Dexter?
Counsel, I cannot disclose the location of the command center due to its sensitive nature.
You have disclosed it in your testimony. Can you just repeat it here?
Counsel, I can only provide the vicinity of the command center, not its exact location.
Certainly. You have also mentioned in your testimony about an attack on the command center, on the control room. What was the date of this attack?
Counsel, to the best of my knowledge, attempts were made and credible intelligence was received that there was an imminent threat to our establishments.
The control center from which you were monitoring the entire situation also faced an attack. What was the date of that attack?
Counsel, I am unsure as to the source of your statements.
Certainly, Commander Austin. You were also informed by one of your soldiers about the spread of diarrhea and COVID in the camps. What measures did you take to control the spread of these diseases?
Counsel, I was not aware of the spread of any diseases in the shelter camps.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellencies. That is the end of my questioning.
Permission to address Mr. President, Your Excellencies, permission to begin with the cross-examination. Witness, could you please tell us what was the specific intelligence you received to carry out the attack on November the 2nd?
The intelligence provided for the whereabouts of members of the Resistance Army and imminent attempts to be made by them to initiate attacks against the state of Titan.
And how do you characterize imminent?
In the near future, Counsel.
Okay, and so then how did you act on that intelligence?
Pursuant to the Intelligence Council, a strategy was formulated by the Ministry of Defense of Titan and the Titanian Defense Forces to identify targets and holdouts and launch operations to eliminate members of the Resistance Army.
And who led this operation?
The operation in question, if that is the operation of November the 2nd, I was in charge of the operation, Counsel.
And given that you were in charge of this operation, how did you ensure that things do not go wrong, that civilians are not killed, and how did you ensure that it works out the way you wanted to?
Council, certain preemptory arrangements were made. As has been stated, pamphlets were duly distributed amongst the civilian population, residential areas were promptly evacuated, and complete details were supplied to the residents to ensure safe and timely evacuation from the war zone.
So if the complete details were provided through the pamphlets, why did it have a QR code?
Council, as mentioned, the QR code contained certain additional miscellaneous information and a provision for providing reports of emergencies.
But why couldn't that be a part of the pamphlet? Why did that have to be behind the QR code? If you were able to give them pamphlets, why wasn't all information possible there in the
Objection,
pamphlet?
Your Excellencies.
Counsel,
Is being
Counsel, let's not argue with the witness. Let's just ask a question.
Certainly, Your Excellency. Moving on from there, witness, could you please tell us how were you in contact with your men during the operation was taking place?
Yes, Council, the conduct of the operation was being supervised.
So you had communication with your men?
Yes, Council.
And you were sitting in the control room, you had communication with your men, permission to approach the witness? Do you identify this then? This is a transcript between you and your men on that said night.
No, Council, I have no knowledge of this transcript.
So you had communication, but you are now refuting that you have no knowledge of this transcript of that particular said communication.
Council, the Titanian Defense Forces, first and foremost, do not communicate via radio
Objection,
transcripts.
Your Excellencies. That has been asked and answered.
I was just seeing. Witness, could you tell us what are your feelings about the future Rama community?
As stated, Council, we treat members of the community as we would any other human being, and they are not the intent nor the target of our operations.
But prosecution witness 1 went on record and testified today in trial that you considered the future Rama community of Arundel as born criminals.
That is false.
That is false. And so you do not consider them born criminals. Permission to approach the witness again.
That's right, Council.
Objection, Your Excellencies.
referring-
The witness cannot be called upon to testify someone else's testimony. If the question could have been reframed, it would have been better.
I have moved on from that question, Your Excellency. It's a different line of questioning.
Right, Your Excellency.
Then do you identify Annexure 2, which are the tweets exhibited by the court? Do you identify these tweets?
No, Council, I was sworn member of the Titanian Defense Forces, and as a result, I do not possess any social media account.
So you are saying, oh, thank you. So you are dismissing Annexure 2 and Annexure 4 as exhibited by the ICC chamber. That's fine. So now could you tell us about what were the precautions, like what is the principle behind taking those preemptory norms? What are you talked about international humanitarian law. Could you tell us the specific protocols as a commander?
Council, we were under orders and obligations to ensure that civilians do not bear the brunt of the operations, and in compliance of the obligations, measures were undertaken to evacuate those civilians and to ensure that our strikes were carefully and precisely targeted on combatants, and non-combatants as such are exempt from the purview of the operation.
Are you aware of the Geneva Convention and the additional protocols there too?
Yes, Council.
What do they say?
Council, as mentioned, We ensured that strikes were carefully calibrated and targeted on combatants and combatants only.
What do they say specifically about precautions to be taken place when you carry out a relocation operation?
Objection, Your Excellencies. The witness does not have legal expertise and is rather a military commander.
Mr. President and Your Excellency, my first question was, are you aware of the additional protocols and the Geneva Convention?
Were you trained in Geneva Conventions and additional protocols as a part of your military training?
Yes, Lordships, Titanium Defence Forces are provided information as regards the obligations under international law.
So on that basis, you can answer the question put to you by the lawyer.
Yes, Lordship.
If I may rephrase my question, what did you know about the principles or the things that you have to keep in mind as to the precautions while carrying out a relocation operation?
Counsel, our obligations are first and foremost to identify civilians, secondly to ensure safe passage to such civilians, and thirdly to ensure that civilians reach their intended places and a basic safe living shelter is provided.
That will be all. Thank you.
This is speaker number 1 appearing from the Counsel for Defense. Good afternoon, Ronald Sean.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
I am Brigadier General Ronald Sean, and I retired from the army a few years ago. Currently, I am employed as an advisor to the, as an external consultant rather, to the Ministry of Defense of Titan.
Right. What brings you here today before the court?
I am here to testify in favor of the accused, that's Commander Jake Austin.
Right. How do you view Mr. Jake Austin?
I've had the privilege of knowing Commander Austin throughout most of my service in the military. We've had a few operations together, and which is why I can testify to his brilliance in his leadership skills, his strategic mind, and yes, he's just an excellent addition to the military.
Right. Given your background, what is your opinion on the Titanium Forces defense capabilities?
As far as I know, we have a pretty great military at our service. For example, we have missiles. For example, our Guardian Shield system. We have rockets which have precision interference in them, which helps us to limit casualties. We also have our artillery, our infantry, and a formidable air fleet as well.
Right. Could you take us through how these capabilities were utilized by the forces?
Is this in reference to the November 3rd attacks?
No, just in general.
All right. So these military strategy, these defense forces, they help us to be very precise with where our targets are. We have this a globally renowned intelligence agency known as the Shadow Directorate, which helps us locate our targets, after which it is our military which takes over.
Right. Could you take us through the events of November 3rd?
So I was not there physically. However, I did advise the Ministry of Defense regarding what I thought was best for that attack. And as far as I know, even though we already had reports from our intelligence specifying the locations wherein the militia hideouts were located, even then, we thought it best to evacuate the entire area in order to protect the civilians so that they would not be caught up in the crossfire.
Right. So what would you say was the purpose of this operation?
This was in self-defense for our September 2nd attacks, which the Resistance Army carried out against the Titans. The September 2nd attacks left around 100 casualties and 50 hostages, and which was why it was necessary for our military to retaliate, and this is why the November 3rd attacks happened.
Right. Did you know anything about the rehabilitation sites?
Again, I was not physically present there. However, my advice to the ministry was that proper arrangements must be made and our military commanders should carry out to the best of their abilities an assessment of the living conditions in the camps.
Right. Do you have any particular view on the future Raman community?
No.
Not anything that you know of?
I know the future community very well. However, I would like to not comment upon that.
Right. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
May I begin with the cross-examination? Much obliged, Your Excellencies. Brigadier, as I understand, you are an external consultant to the Ministry of Defense. What first-hand knowledge do you have of the November 3 attacks?
As I said, I was not physically present there.
So your role is merely advisory in nature?
Correct.
Okay. You have just answered that your advice was to provide food and water to the best of your capabilities to the people in the camp?
The basic necessities, yes.
The basic necessities would include bare physical survival?
Correct.
And if people are not able to survive from that provisioning, would that go against what you have advised?
As I said, these are war-torn territories, madam. Our forces were advised to do whatever they could to ensure the civilian safety.
Please answer the question to the point. Your advice was to provide food and water for sustenance. If sustenance cannot be maintained, then would the advice of the Ministry of Defense be violated?
Not violated if they have done it to the best of their abilities.
You have also stated in your written deposition to the court that it was necessary to redesign and repurpose Dexter. Was it in pursuance of this that you have carried out the November 3 operations?
What I meant when I said redesigning and repurposing Dexter is that the civilians of Dexter needed to be protected, and which is why I recommended the evacuation of the area.
So you have also stated that it was important to intervene in civil life there. What do you mean by this, intervene in civil life?
Exactly my point. Again, evacuation of the entire area is what I meant when I said intervening in the civil life over there.
So attacking civilians would be an overreach of this power?
Yes, it's correct.
Can you point out to any actual or concrete efforts made by you and your ministry to prioritize the civilian lives there?
I do not think anything other than evacuation of the area says this more loudly, but yes, evacuation and post that taking them to safe places wherein they were provided with the basic necessities is what we recommended.
Would the evacuation process, the journey also require that you and your country provide them with food and water?
As I said, yes.
And was that provided?
I am not sure, madam.
Were budgets allocated for providing that?
Yes.
You also mentioned that there was a limited budget as an excuse for the poor camp situations.
Madam, I do not know what an excuse will be. This is what the Ministry of Defense has, the Ministry of Defense allotted the budgets, and that's how the soldiers operated.
There were limited budgets.
Yes.
And there were 11,000 casualties in the attack?
Not the November 3rd attacks, madam.
In the attack from October 5 to January 13?
If you say so.
It is written in the mood compromise. There were also missiles, drones, and other incendiary weapons deployed in the attack?
I'm not aware, madam.
You are an external consultant to the ministry. What is the scope of your duties then?
I tell them how to carry out what is the best, the way that they should carry out the attacks. I do not tell them what they should do, however, with respect to the weapons.
You've also said that he had an uncanny ability to strategize attack within limited time frame. What did you mean by this? Did strategizing also include complying with humanitarian obligations?
Strategizing means how to carry out a plan, madam, and that is what I meant with that statement. And for example, that statement, I said it with regards to the siege of Mmon, in which we get to see the visionary strategism which Commander Austin carried out.
You say that that was visionary strategism, but there was also summary executions carried out in that operation.
I'm not aware, madam.
The National Daily of Titan has published a report stating that. Would you say if there were summary submissions carried out, summary executions carried out, that would be against the orders of the Ministry of Defense?
As I said, madam, I'm not aware of these executions that you're talking about.
Thank you. You've also stated that every person in Titan views Futurama community as their enemy. What is the source of this claim of yours?
Two things to that. First of all, these are my personal opinions and I do not see how they are relevant here. Secondly, if you need to know, then these comments were made by me post September 2nd attacks, wherein the entirety of Titan was reeling from the attacks. That is the context in which this statement was given.
You've also mentioned that that provisioning of food and water is beyond a soldier's control in a camp in your written deposition?
Have I mentioned that it is the food and water which is beyond a soldier's control?
You've said camp concerns are beyond a soldier's control.
That is part of what I have said.
Yes, have you said that? Is that a part of what you have said?
Yes.
So so maintaining camps is not a duty of commanders in your army?
Again, that is not what I said. I said we need to do, madam, what our ministry advises, tells us to do, orders us to do. However, it is our first duty is to protect our nation.
Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Witness, I have a question for you. You said you were in charge of giving directions as a consultant, as an advisor.
Yes.
To carry out operations, military operations.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Did you take into account humanitarian principles while giving those orders?
Yes, sir, I did. My advice to the military was again to carry out to the best of their abilities with these war times on us, whatever they could to protect the civilians.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, permission to address approach the dais. Witness, just to take a step back, could you please tell us what was your previous occupation? What did you used to do before?
I was in the military.
What designation?
A brigadier general.
And then you retired?
Yes.
Okay. You stated that so what is your expertise working as an external advisor? How do you carry out your day-to-day working?
I advise the ministry as to whatever strategic affairs they are dealing with, what the best plan of action with respect to that is.
Okay, and so you tell them how to carry out operations, right? You give them.
I advise them. It is up to the ministry whether they take my advice or not.
And is that advice in consonance with the additional protocols to the Geneva Conventions?
Sir, I'm a military man. I am not aware of these conventions.
So you give them advice and you're not aware of the...
I advise them on strategic affairs, how to carry out a plan.
But what about relocation? You don't advise them on that.
Sir, if you're talking about the November 3rd attacks,
yes.
It was my advice to evacuate the citizens because again, being in the military, it is my duty to to look after the civilians as well.
That was my question. So you gave that advice. Do you keep in mind the additional protocols to the Geneva Conventions? Yes or no?
I do not know what the conventions say.
You do not know what the conventions say. You do not know what Article 17 says.
No, sir. I'm not a law person.
Okay, so when you say that all efforts were on a best term basis, best possible things should have been done in terms of the camps, where do you get that best from? How do you say all possible things, we ensure that we did all possible things?
Sir, I'm a military man. I know what best means under war circumstances.
Okay, so you're not relying on an international instrument to say that best. You are just relying on your
Your
advice.
Excellencies, the council is being argumentative.
I'm just asking question, what was the basis of your all possible measures that you took? Was it just your sole discretion or was it in consonance with international instruments?
I believe that has been answered, Your Excellencies.
Counsel, you can ask and pose your questions in a polite manner rather than threatening manner.
Certainly, Your Excellency. Witness, could you please tell us about why was Austin a good commander, specifically in terms of the geographical knowledge that he had?
Commander Austin was born around the territories, the border territories of Titan and Arundel, which is why he has good knowledge about the local geography.
Local geography, okay. And witness, could you please also tell us about his political ambitions?
I know for a fact that the people of Titan want to see him as the mayor of the town.
But you've also stated on your in your testimonial about his some political promise. Could you please tell that to the court?
What political promise are you talking about?
You stated on record that his political promise includes everlasting peace from Arundel. Is that true?
Everlasting peace from Arundel?
Yes, that is what you stated on record.
Sir, I believe what it is interpreted as is he promised everlasting peace in Arundel.
Okay, I'll quote you. This is Your Excellency's page number 17 of the compromise, the very last line at the bottom of the page, and I quote, his biggest selling point, the promise of everlasting peace from the shadow of Arundel. So it's fine.
Sir, the major point over here is the shadow of Arundel, which refers to the resistance army.
Okay, and so could you please also tell us what other intelligence you received about the Futurama people that you mentioned in your testimonial?
That is best answered by the Shadow Directorate.
No, but you quoted in your testimonial that we had learned that people would be very arrogant and unrelenting. Is that true?
I have said they would be very arrogant and unrelenting.
And is there any reasoning for that, or is there?
Yes, sir. I have more than 2 decades of experience in the military, and I have dealt with these people before. That is where I have said this from.
Okay, and you also say that your intelligence suggests that almost all Futurama people believe in the cause of the resistance army.
Yes.
Okay, one last question. Hypothetically, let's imagine, witness that you are successful in your operations. You are able to extract the militants out of Arundel. Would that lead to peace in Arundel?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Your Excellency, is relevance of the question.
The question is answered, and I just talked about the link here is that, Your Excellencies, the motive and the agenda of the Titanian Defense Force was to extract militants. And the question that I asked was, would that lead to peace from Arundel? The witness said yes, and the witness also said that the promise that Austin made to his people was everlasting peace from Arundel.
From the shadow of Arundel, sir. Please not misquote.
From the shadow of Arundel. That was the line.
Arundel refers to the resistance army, sir.
Thank you. That's all.
Counsel, you have
Yes,
some
Your
comments to
Excellencies. I raise an objection to this question because it is in the format of hypothetically, and that would constitute speculation, Your Excellencies.
Your Excellency, I have solely relied on the testimonial, which has mentioned everything.
The bench will decide whether to take into account the response of the witness or not. Thank you.
Your Excellencies.
Thank you, Your
highly obliged.
Excellencies. Much obliged.
So the judges will be taking a break of 10 minutes. We'll commence after that with the closing statements from all the three sides. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Your Excellencies, with due permission of the court, the prosecution would like to begin the closing statement. Much obliged, Your Excellencies. Your Excellencies, this trial marks a historic moment before the ICC trial chamber because this is the first case of its kind regarding the charge of genocide that has been brought to a trial chamber before. The only other case has been the Umar al-Bashir case in 2010. Therefore, the court bears exceptional authority as well as the trust of the international community to deliver justice in the present case. Your Excellencies, since we have already established our contentions in the opening statement, I will move on to establishing the substantive parts of the same and how they are substantiated through the process of the examination as well as the cross-examination. Firstly, Your Excellency, a genocide under Article 6C has been committed in the present case by the accused Sheikh Austin. To establish this, there are three elements that need to be met. Firstly, the distinctiveness of the group. Secondly, the mens rea of the accused. And thirdly, the actus reus of conditions of life being inflicted on that group. To prove the first part, Your Excellencies, we have focused on two components, distinctiveness of the group as well as substantial targeting of the group. Your Excellencies, the distinctive part of the group here is the national element that we are focusing upon. The trial chamber in Prosecutor versus Aka Yesu held that a national group is one which is perceived to have legal bonds as well as common rights and duties, and that would qualify it to be a national group under the Genocide Convention as well as the Rome Statute. Your Excellency, victim witness 1 deposed before the court went on record and said that they have a common establishment of rights and duties among their members. There is cohesiveness within their community. They also have distinct cultural, traditional as well as ethnical practices that are particular to their community. Your Excellencies, further, the targeting of the group in whole or in part as such requires that even if one person has been targeted with the genocidal intent, that fulfills the first element of genocide. Your Excellencies, in the present case, the entire village of Parabel had been deported from one area to another. Your Excellencies, as the victim witness the prosecution witness deposed before the court, the entire village of Parabel actually had only the Futurama population. Your Excellencies, my second contention is that the intention of the accused to destroy this group, the element of dolus specialis has been met in the present case. Your Excellencies, through this, we are submitting before the court Annexures 2 and 4, which are attached to the moot compromise. Your Excellencies, Annexure 2 contains specific statements made by him on a microblogging website. These statements have been contended by the Office of the Defense. However, Your Excellencies, as per established procedure of the ICC as well as case laws recognized, open source evidences such as public statements made by an accused are submitted as prima facie reliable evidence before the trial chamber unless they have been disputed and they have been disputed beforehand and a specific notice of the inadmissibility has been rendered to the notice of the court. Your Excellency, in the present case, the accused, Jake Austin, before the court today testified that firstly he had carefully chosen the camp situations and then he said that they were as far as possible. Your Excellencies, the deportation was in a situation of extreme weather conditions as well as animals were killing people during this relocation journey, as has been mentioned in para 19 of the moot compromise.
Counsel, I have a question for you. You talked about deportation,
yes,
or maybe displacement of people, which was ordered by the accused. But the International Court of Justice in the Bosnian genocide case has made an observation, and I would like to quote it. Deportation or displacement of the members of a group, even if effected by force, is not necessarily equivalent to destruction of that group. So how do you link between displacement or deportation, which you claim was ordered by the accused, and destruction? Because if the intention of the accused was only to relocate the people and not to destroy the group, then we are afraid that it may not amount to genocide.
Your Excellency, the element of mens rea as well as an actus reus will be proven separately. However, as the concern posed by Your Excellency that deportation in itself is not equivalent to a genocidal intent, Your Excellency, the ICTY in the Bosnian genocide case, in the Krstić case, Judge Shahabuddin held that though deportation in itself it does not amount to a genocidal intent, however, when that deportation is also accompanied by killing of people, destruction of property, non-provision of food and water, then that also is amounted by the court while deciding whether the element of mens rea, the specific element of destroying the group, is present with the accused or not. Your Excellency, in the present case, during the journey there was no food, water or medical supplies provided, due to which 37 elderly people have died and many young toddlers. Your Excellencies, further, hundreds of people have been directly shot at by the TDF forces as well as have been attacked by animals during the relocation journey. Your Excellencies, it has been pointed before the notice of the court that army men were also there during the relocation journey to guide the people and to take them where they were supposed to go. However, if army men were present, then why were animals attacking the people? Why the army men who had the possession of weapons, why did they not defend the group, the innocent civilians, which were humanely apparently being transported to a different location? If that satisfies the court, may I proceed? Your Excellencies, in the case of Prosecutor versus Musema, derogatory or humiliating language was held to constitute genocidal intent on the part of the accused. Your Excellencies, here Annexure 2, as has been submitted, further a copy of the official communication between the accused and one of his subordinates is also presented to the notice of the court as a part of Annexure 4. In which firstly he has designated the identity of enemy to the entire future Rama community. On page 32, are Your Excellencies with me? Your Excellencies, the second paragraph, 1730 hours. Your Excellencies, the last second line of the second paragraph, the counsel of the defense claim, the counsel for the defendants claim that the Futurama community was not the objective of the attack and it was only the militia members. However, here the accused himself says that the entire community is a threat to their motherland and they would deal with them like they would deal with any foe. For Your Excellencies, in an armed conflict also would justify destruction of the group or inflicting physical wounds on the group, and the accused has designated the identity of a foe to them. Your Excellency, further, the first paragraph says that 3 people have been shot at by their army, out of which only one is a confirmed informant or a spy for the militants. However, the accused has condoned this act and has not condemned or has not stopped his junior from doing any such acts in the future also. Your Excellency, the next page, page number 33, also shows that he used derogatory terms like cockroaches and mugs who are supposed to fend for themselves like animals in the forest, further indicating that they never intended to provide them with any food and water and had left them on their own. Your Excellencies, the page 32, the last paragraph, first line also says, Commander Austin says that I am here to make an example of Titan's wrath, further saying that their sole military objective was to go and displace these people, to repurpose and redesign Dexter, as was mentioned in the testimony of defendant witness 2, that their entire military objective was that they A, designated the identity of an enemy to the community, and B, wanted to send them to a remote location so that they would die out of hunger and starvation of their own. Your Excellencies, our third submission is that there has also been infliction of deliberate conditions of life upon the particular group to bring about their physical destruction. This is proved through A, the relocation, the journey without any provision of food and water, as prosecution witness 2, as well as the victim witness 2 deposed before the court, that there were no provisioning of food and water during the journey. Your Excellencies, after they were relocated to the camp, the prosecution witness 2 has testified before the court that there was a barter system being carried out for exchange of valuables for the provisioning of food. Your Excellencies, may I seek an extension of 2 minutes? Thank you, Your Excellencies. Your Excellencies, this barter system was constricted to the provisioning of food and not water. Water was provided from a ditch full of animal carcasses as well as insect dead bodies. Your Excellencies, further, defendant witness 1 has spoken contradictory statements before the court, Your Excellencies, under oath. He said firstly that he was in command of the situation and his soldiers were reporting to him when the VLR questioned him. However, in his cross-examination to the office of the prosecutor, he said that he had no knowledge of any attack and he did not know about anything about the situation on ground. Your Excellencies, his testimony on page number 16, the last second paragraph, says that, the last third line says that, I had taken a position in a makeshift control room in Parabel to monitor the situation on the sites of interest of village. Your Excellencies, further, para 19F of the mood compromise says that here an attack was orchestrated by the militants upon the commander's control room. However, the commander before the court said no such attack took place. He was unable to provide a date for the attack, and therefore the testimony of the defendant witness 1 cannot be relied upon by the court in the present case. Your Excellencies, the accused also bears individual criminal responsibility under Article 25(3)(a) because A, he was a part of a common plan, and B, he also necessarily contributed in this plan. The common plan in question is the redesigning and repurposing of texture, which has been testified by the external consultant to the Ministry of Defense, and his necessary contribution was the forced relocation of the people while he was monitoring and without any provisioning of mere physical sustenance for them. Your Excellencies, he also bears a responsibility as a superior commander because A, he was in a relationship of a superior with them, as para 19 of the mood compromise says that he led the unit into the ghetto of Dexter, and secondly, he was monitoring the situation on ground. Thirdly, he had ordered the distribution of the pamphlets. Your Excellency, he was in full charge of the execution of the attack, and he has failed to carry out the operation in a humane manner to respect the dignity as well as the human rights of the Futurama population. Your Excellencies, last week we contend that the procedure of arrest before the the manner in which the accused was brought before the court is also legal and lawful, because it is protected by the doctrine of Curs Frisbee as well as the Malacaptus Benedentis. Your Excellencies, the procedure of arrest before the ICC is not what is deliberated before, is not a question before the ICC, because for international crimes of erga omnes character, the country which is making the arrest is obliged to send it to a higher forum, or when the higher forum, that is the ICC in the present case, makes a request to the country that has orchestrated the arrest, the Filo Republic in the present case, they are obliged to send the accused to the office of the prosecutor, to the ICC, to be present before the ICC, because a valid arrest warrant has been issued against them. Your Excellency, the only exception to this rule is when the arrest was orchestrated by torturing or by inhumane treatment to the accused, which has not happened in the present case. That will be all, Your Excellencies. That is the end of my submissions.
Whether our online colleagues, do they have any question for the counsel for prosecution?
No questions. Thank you.
Much
No
obliged.
questions from my side as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. I would like to draw your attention to the Rome Statute, and I'm a bit concerned about whether the situation, the conduct of the accused, whether it amounts to crime against humanity or whether it is genocide. Because I would like to draw your attention to clause H of first paragraph of Article 7, which deals with crimes against humanity. It talks about persecution against any identifiable group or collectivity on political, racial, national, ethnic, cultural, religious, gender, or other grounds that are universally recognized as impermissible under international law. So the conduct of the accused, it looks like this behavior, or this act of persecution. So how will you distinguish? Why do you claim that it is genocide, and why it is not persecution and crime against humanity as per Article 7, paragraph 1, clause H?
We understand the concern of the pitch. Your Excellency, the motive of the office of the prosecutor is to provide for the full force of justice to victims. Your Excellencies, we believe that Article 6C is more suitable in the present case because it talks about deliberate targeting of a particular group to bring about their physical destruction. Your Excellencies, the crime against humanity, that is 1H, which is of the concern of the bench, that also includes, as said by the ICC in the Thomas Lubanga case, as well as the Al-Mahdi case, also includes political rights and civil rights and other rights of the persecuted group, the protected group. Your Excellencies, however, here we are talking about the physical destruction of the group, and we believe that a charge of genocide under 6C is more suited.
But it appears that the specific intent of the accused in the present case was persecution rather than destruction. We are inclined to believe that what happened actually during deportation was incidental to the process of deportation because of the harshness of the conditions that prevailed on the field. But if the intent was to persecute, then it may not amount to genocide. It may amount to crime against humanity.
Your Excellency, a crime against humanity is upon a as mentioned in the article, political, racial, ethnic, cultural, religious or gender group. It can be on any of these groups. However, the crime of genocide etymologically itself was constituted to refer to minority groups, the genos, which is a tribe or a specific race. Your Excellency, the community in question, the Futurama community, is a historically persecuted community. Therefore, we believe that, that by establishing the identity of this group, we would provide more justice to the victims by identifying them as a group A, and B, providing them of the specific remedies that are available by prosecuting the accused through the crime of genocide. Your Excellencies, we also want to respect that a physical destruction has been brought about, as was the concern of the bench, that is, it is incidental to the crime. Your Excellency, we beg to differ. It was not incidental to the crime, but it was a calculated manner of the deportation as well as the non-provisioning of basic sustenance that led to this destruction. So therefore, it was not incidental. It was in the minds of the perpetrators that this is the end goal that they want to achieve. Thank you, Excellencies.
You mentioned earlier that the remedies available for genocide. You mentioned this point earlier, so I just wanted to know what are the different, as in, what is the distinguishing factors in terms of remedies available under crimes against humanity and genocide?
Your Excellency, I'm afraid I cannot assist the court in the remedies to the crimes against humanity. However, the remedies of genocide do not only include compensation, but also there are structural monuments that can be built. There is also vocational services in the form of restitution and rehabilitation that is provided to victims of genocide. So as was the case in the Congo, I think the Democratic Republic of Congo, the genocide that took place, there was a monument that was built in to eliminate the sense of stereotyping or the discrimination faced by the persecuted minority, and therefore the court provided, the expert committee of the court also provided them with additional rehabilitation as well as restitution, means of restitution and rehabilitation to restore them back to their original condition. Does that satisfy the court? Thank you, Your Excellencies. It was an honor appearing before the court.
Permission to address, sir. Before I begin, am I audible? I don't want to be too loud, so I'll just keep. Before I begin, could the court master please inform me when 2 minutes are left? Mr. President, Your Excellencies, I am the speaker number 2 on behalf of the legal representatives of the victims in the present trial. After relying on the testimonials as admitted today in the trial and the annexures and the facts given in the compromise, we have 3 broad submissions to make. First, that the Futurama community of Arundel qualify as victims as under Rule 85 to the Rome Statute in the present case. Second, that how Operation Siren was in full compliance with the Rome Statute and cannot vitiate the present proceedings. And third, that how the victims were subject to the crime of genocide under Article 6 of the Rome Statute. Coming to the first submission, Your Excellencies and Mr. President, our first line of reasoning is that in the present case, the undisputed facts of the compromise themselves state that when the arrest was made by the Philo Republic, it was made in due compliance with Article 59 of the Rome Statute. Moreover, Your Excellencies, we contend that even Article 55(1)(d) of the Rome Statute does not stand violated in the present case. We say so because the law regarding arrest is pretty clear. Law for arrest under Rome Statute starts once the arrest has been made. We rely on the wording of Article 55 itself, which begins by saying during an investigation. Moreover, Your Excellencies, we submit that in the present case, the Operation Siren that took place before the arrest happened technically cannot vitiate the present proceedings and is in compliance with Article 59 and 55(1)(d) of the Rome Statute. Without prejudice to this first line of reasoning, Your Excellencies and Mr. President, I'll move on to the second line of reasoning, which is the maximum of male captus bondetentus, which stands for wrongful capture but legal arrest. In the present case, we contend that though, even if Your Excellency is held that the capture was wrongful, we contend that the arrest was indeed illegal. Male captus bondetentus is an accepted doctrine under international law, and in the present case shall be applied. The only facts that can be substantiated here is that the defense witness says on record that there was no sign of mistreatment and he was directly transferred after an arrest warrant was given out by the ICC on 20th November 2023. 8 days later, Philo Republic carried out this operation and directly transferred the accused to the chamber. Therefore, we contend that even if Your Excellencies hold that the capture was wrongful, the arrest is legal, and therefore the present proceedings cannot be vitiated. Moving on to the third limb of...
You mentioned that the doctrine of mala captus bondetentus has been established under international law. Can you give us more clarity on this in terms of jurisprudence? Where has it been established?
Certainly, Your Excellency. If I may invite your attention to page 10 of our written submissions. I sent page 9 of our written submissions. Your Excellency, I would like to draw your attention to page 9, wherein we've added citations which talk about how this maxim is established under international law, and there have been cases by ad hoc tribunals who have recognized this maxim and applied it in various cases. And therefore, our submissions was based on that particular point. Moving on from there, Your Excellencies, the next line of submission. It's fine. Our next submission is that, Mr. President and Your Excellency, is that in any case, the sovereignty of Titan was not violated in the present case. For that, our submission is that crime of genocide is universally recognized as an erga omnes obligation and an erga omnes liability. Therefore, in the present case, when there was an arrest warrant on the accused, Philo Republic acted under its erga omnes obligation to comply with that warrant and act against the act for the interest of the international community, and therefore any concerns regarding the sovereignty of Titan are overpowered by the concerns of the international community at large. And those are our submissions for the first issue pertaining to the Operation Silence specifically.
Counsel, is there any legal obligation on Philo Republic to arrest a person against whom there is a warrant issued by the ICC?
It is a
specific legal obligation under the Rome Statute.
Mr. President, it is our submission that in the present case, though there was not a request for cooperation, we do submit that the Philo Republic was under an obligation, relying on the fact that the crime of genocide is an erga omnes liability, and therefore relying on that principle, Philo Republic had to act, and then the fact that Philo Republic transferred the accused to the chamber in itself goes on to indicate that the arrest or the operation was not because of some other reason, but it was because of this sole reason, which is a crime of genocide under Article 6. More importantly, Your Excellencies, I would also like to submit on how in the present case, the victims qualify as victims under Rule 85 of the Rome Statute. Now, Your Excellencies, Rule 85 mentions two things. Firstly, that the victims should have suffered harm in the present case through the testimonials of prosecution witness 2, victim witness 2. We were able to establish how the operation carried out by the accused and his men led to an intense sense of trauma on the Futurama community of Arundel, and it also led to great harm in terms of their physical displacement. As held by in the case of Prosecutor versus Lubanga, such physical losses and also trauma are considered as harm which qualify under Rule 85 to the Rome Statute, and therefore the first criteria of harm is established in the present case. Moving on from there, Your Excellencies, the second criteria that needs to be satisfied is that the crime and the harm must have a link. Now, Your Excellencies, throughout our examinations, it was our attempt to establish this particular causal link as to how the harm that currently is being faced by the victims is directly in relation to the operation carried out by the accused in light of November 2nd to 2023. Therefore, it is our submission that the victims suffered great harm and the causal link to that harm is directly related to the operation and the subsequent attacks carried out by the accused and his men, and therefore the victims qualify as victims under Rule 85. Moving on from there, Your Excellencies, our next submission is that therefore the victims are entitled to reparations because the personal interest has been violated in the present case. The victims have suffered great harm and therefore they are liable to and entitled to reparations under Article 75 and Article 79 of the Rome Statute. Now, Your Excellencies, Article 75 would make the accused individually liable to make good the reparations, and if in an alternative case, Article 75 would or then Your Excellencies would have an option to then head to the trust fund of the ICC itself and make the reparations to the victims. Now, coming to the third issue, Your Excellencies, about the very act of genocide, we have a very important submission to make as to how in the present case the Futurama community of Arundel qualify as a protected group due to their ethnicity. Now, Your Excellencies and Mr. President, the threshold for that is a common bond as held in the case of Prosecutor versus Akayesu. It was our attempt through our examinations of victim witness 1, who was an expert witness, to show how there are various cultures, customs, and a singular language that unifies the entire Futurama community of Arundel, and therefore how they have a common bond. Given that they have this common bond, they qualify as an ethnicity as under Article 6, and therefore the precondition for application of Article 6 is satisfied in the present case. Moving on from there, because the prosecutor has established intent of the accused, I would move on to how there was a manifest pattern of the said attacks. It is important to highlight, Your Excellencies, that the operation carried out by the accused in the present case then eventually ended up becoming a modus operandi and a manifest pattern therein. It is our submission that that entire manifest pattern and the modus operandi of the accused led to death of 11,000 Futurama people of Arundel, and therefore this entire act was in a manifest pattern, and that satisfied the threshold under Article 6 of the Rome Statute. Moving on from there, Your Excellencies, we also submit that how the accused is individually criminally responsible under Article 25, may I be granted an extension? Article 25(3)(b) of the Rome Statute. Now, Your Excellencies, Article 25(3)(b) talks about a superior subordinate relationship. It is undisputed, and throughout our examinations, we were able to establish that the accused was in a superior position and he was giving orders to his subordinate, that is his men who went into that village and carried out the operation, and therefore satisfying the threshold of Article 25(3)(b), which mandates a superior subordinate relationship for individual criminal responsibility. Therefore, and our alternative submission here is that Article 25(3)(c) is also satisfied, which talks about abetting the crime, because the accused was the sole and the main strategizer behind the attacks. It was the accused's tactical sense and knowledge that was at the heart of this attack, and that is why the accused neither just not just abetted the crime, but was at the heart of it, and therefore aided the crime in a significant manner, and therefore the accused shall be held individually criminally responsible under Article 25(3)(b) or Article 3C, and that's all.
Counsel, I have a question for you. You talked about a protected group. But what we understand from case law of International Court of Justice and tribunals and so on is that the intention is to target a substantial part of the protected group. So in this instance, we don't think that there was a substantial part of the group that was targeted. And that substantial part, it must be significant enough to have an impact on the group as a whole. So how many future Mmons were killed, how many future Mmons exist in general, and whether those who were killed or those who died in the process of deportation, whether that was a substantial part. If it was not a substantial part, then it may not amount to genocide.
Certainly, Your Excellency, I understand your concern. If I may draw your attention to page 4, paragraph 16 of the compromise.
Paragraph
16, Your Excellency. Now, paragraph 16 in essence mentions that how between October 5, 2023 and January 10, 2024, the Titanian Defense Forces are believed to have killed as many as 11,000 people in Arendelle, an overwhelming majority of which were followers of Futurama. More importantly, the point that I was trying to make in my submissions was that the operation carried out by the accused then became a modus operandi and was repeated incessantly, and therefore those number of attacks led to this number. And more importantly, also looking at it from a different lens, it is given in the compromise at various instances that that particular village and the city of Dexter is known to be significantly inhabited by the followers of Futurama. Now, as held in the Kirstich case, that even if there's a small region, but the majority existing in that small region is killed significantly, that can be taken to be considered as that majority's destruction in general. And that is why our submission is that in the present case, the manifest pattern led to a destruction in whole or in part, as in the Article 6 of the Rome Statute. Are there any further questions, Your Excellencies?
Any questions from our online colleagues?
None, thank you. None.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
Much obliged.
Your Excellencies, I submit that in a criminal case, there exists an overwhelming burden on the prosecution to establish the chain of events with the help of evidences such that the guilt of the accused is proved beyond reasonable doubt. Every possible suspicion must be corroborated with evidence in order to dispel all doubts regarding the guilt of the accused. In the present case, Your Excellencies, the prosecution has failed to do so. The testimonies heard and the annexures also produced do not conclusively prove the guilt of the accused. I would like to proceed by highlighting the inconsistencies in the testimonies, Your Excellencies. First witness, the first prosecution witness, Mr. Robert Merlo, was dismissed from service at the recommendation of the accused due to insubordination. I submit, Your Excellency, that this has created feelings of bias in the minds of Mr. Robert Merlo against the accused, considering the fact that Mr. Robert Merlo was not able to describe any specific instance which was a turning point for him in the present case. And he has already said that this purported hate against the accused had always been everlasting. Secondly, Your Excellencies, this statement by Mr. Robert Merlo are also hearsay because he is not able to mention how exactly Mr. J. Costin had his political views. Mr. J. Costin did not express the same to Mr. Merlo. Furthermore, he was not able to specify any names of cabinet leaders as such. Furthermore, there is another inconsistency that he was dismissed from the service on January 2023, whereas Operation Dexter was conducted in November 2023, and he was able to give sort of conclusive ideas as to what exactly happened in Operation Dexter, Your Excellencies, due to which I submit that this testimony must not be relied upon. Secondly, Your Excellency, about prosecution witness to Mr. Eugene Jacobs. He has mentioned that all Futuramans, all people in Dexter are exactly Futuramans, but is not able to cite any authority for the same, or how he has come to this presumption that each and every person in Futurama, in Dexter, is actually a Futuraman. Furthermore, there is another inconsistency in his testimony about valuables, that so they were not able to carry valuables when they were asked to relocate, but at the same time they were using these valuables in sort of a barter with these soldiers, Your Excellency. Furthermore, the victim witness 1, who is purportedly an expert witness, is not able to specify any specific commandments, any deities, as well as any specific festivals in the community of Futuramans in Arundel. They also say that there are no other communities mentioned in Dexter, but in their next statement they also mention that there are certain communities which are present in this area and could also have been affected in the course of this exercise. Finally, Your Excellencies, the statements of victim witness 2, when asked upon whether resistance engages in indiscriminate threats against civilians, they said no, which is outrightly inconsistent with all the testimonies where they do say that the resistance actually has caused harm to the civilians, Your Excellencies. Now I will proceed to the evidences in the present instance. Your Excellencies, I submit that Annexure 1 as well as Annexure 3, which are news reports, are hearsay evidence and have a no probative value before their court, unless of course they are corroborated with other testimonies, which has not been the case in the present instance, Your Excellencies. Furthermore, moving to Annexure 2, which is about the social media post, the complaint nowhere specifically mentions that these posts are absolutely attributable to Mr. Jake Austin. He has denied making these posts, and the complaint nowhere suggests that these posts actually came from him. It could be the doing of the resistance. It could be any other person for that matter, Your Excellencies. So these posts I submit are not attributable to Mr. Jake Austin. Finally, moving to the transcript of exchange, Your Excellencies. I submit that the ICC prosecutor, who rather has a responsibility to be unbiased and present evidence which is not prejudicial to fair trial, has done the contrary in the present instance. If I may draw the attention of to page number 31, Your Excellencies, 32, if I'm not wrong. Are you with me, Your Excellencies? Right. Now, if I may draw your attention to the dates mentioned herein, November 3rd, 2023, the first two communications, back and forth, then November 5th, 2023, and lastly on the next page, the communications date to November 8th, 2023. Now this operation is rather a continuing operation here. It's a continuing operation. There have been communications made between Mr. Jake Austin as well as his soldiers here. But the ICC prosecutor has failed to produce any other such communications mentioned herein, and we submit that they are selectively targeted and presented only that evidence which I submit is prejudicial to this fair trial. The ICC prosecutor must have submitted all the communications that could have been extracted in this process, Your Excellencies. None of these annexures, I submit that these annexures are rather biased towards the case of the ICC prosecutor and therefore must not be considered, Your Excellencies. Now if I may proceed to the charges that have been levied against Mr. Jake Austin. Your Excellencies, the first charge of genocide under Article 6 Clause C, which specifically requires that certain conditions need to be calculated and inflicted on a protected group in whole or in part as such. Your Excellencies, Defense Witness 1, the accused himself, Mr. Jake Austin, has clearly specified that the reason for this exercise in Operation Dexter was due to the threat which was posed to by the Resistance Army. The Resistance Army, Your Excellencies, I submit, is a political group and is also a terrorist group, Your Excellencies. They are the armed militia of the Resistance Party, which is a conservative and a fundamentalist ideology. Political groups, Your Excellencies, do not form part of the definition of genocide under Article 6 Clause C. Furthermore, let us look at the nature of the attacks that the resistance is posing. First of all, they're attacking indiscriminately without regard to who actually here is a threat. They indiscriminately attacked the civilians, consequent to which the Operation Dexter was conducted. They were camouflaged, they were hidden amongst the civilians and were rather acting as human shields. They killed these civilians and also took these civilians as hostages, which I submit makes them a terrorist group. Mr. Jake Austin's actions were intended towards countering this terrorism, Your Excellency. Furthermore, specifically talking about the mental element, the counsel for the prosecution as well as the legal representatives have highlighted the aspect of specific intent. Specific intent requires that they must not be just knowledge and intent, which is generally required under Article 30, but there must be intent to kill the members only of that protected group as such, which is also reflected by the terminology as such. Your Excellencies, if I may, Your Excellencies, the victim, right, Your Excellencies, prosecution witness 1 is also not sure whether the people killed as a consequence of these orders were only future Mmons, whether the people butchered were only future Mmons. Also, the subsequent victims who were also residing in Dexter, they have not been able to establish that there were no other communities who were affected in the course of this conflict, and whether there were rather other communities existing or not existing within Dexter. Your Excellencies, this creates a doubt before this court, Your Excellencies, due to which I submit that there is not a specific intent in this present case. Furthermore, it requires, just a second, Your Excellencies. Yes, Your Excellencies. Moving to this aspect, the objective of this plan, as has been clarified by both the defense witnesses, is to separate the armed men, of which an intelligence report was received. An intelligence report was received that heavily armed men from the resistance army were camouflaged and were present amongst these civilians in parable. Due to which the exact consequence, the exact action of this military commander was to go there and separate these people so that in order to ensure that once a planned strike is conducted, these innocent civilians are not harmed in this process. Furthermore, more precautions were taken in this process, Your Excellencies. Pamphlets were circulated. There is a lot of confusion as to QR codes being present in the pamphlets, but the defense witness has clearly stated that the safety measures had been written in these pamphlets, and furthermore, the QR codes were for miscellaneous measures which rather act as an additional security measure so that the members of the resistance army are not able to access the same, Your Excellencies. Furthermore, drones had been provided. Armed men actually followed them and took them to these camps, which further ensures as a safety measure, Your Excellencies. To do this, I submit that the accused, Mr. Jake Austin, lacks the specific intent which is required under the Article 6 Clause C of the Rome Statute. Furthermore, Your Excellencies, this is a situation I submit of military urgency. The nature of the resistance army's attacks, as I submitted, was terrorist in nature. They were camouflaged amongst the civilians and they were attacking indiscriminately on these civilians. The military purpose, which has been specified with the Titanian Defense Forces, was to, if I may get an extension of 1 minute to complete. Thank you so much. The military purpose was specifically to attack the members of the resistance army, and the measures taken in furtherance with firstly the precautions and secondly precision-based interference. Precision-based military equipment allows to autonomously adjust the trajectory in order to target some specific targets. All of these methods I submit were allowed were utilized by the accused in the present case and is justified on this account, Your Excellencies. If I may proceed to the next submission about being charged with individual criminal responsibility. Your Excellencies, the accused, Mr. Jake Austin, did not have effective command and control herein. Why is that so? Because the accused has been placed in a makeshift room which is distant from the ground realities that have been happening and was not able to effectively command and instruct the soldiers as to the exact courses of action which were to be undertaken. This is due to the operational realities which were present in these warlike circumstances. Furthermore, all precautions were taken in this process at the best of the abilities that could have been taken in this warlike situations, and all such precautions were undertaken, Your Excellencies. He did not have the de facto authority, which is an imperative element under Article 28, Your Excellencies, and due to which he cannot be said to exercise an absolute superior responsibility in the present instance. He has not ordered the commission of genocide, and the instructions of his orders were absolutely clear. Go to Parable and separate the civilians, and furthermore ensure that no innocent civilian casualties are to happen in this process, Your Excellencies. If I may move to my last submission, Your Excellencies, the counsels for the prosecution have cited the Chris Furby doctrine, Your Excellencies, which I submit is not an established law here in Your Excellencies, and rather I submit that it is actually in numerous judgments in England, in UK and France and in other such countries. This doctrine has also been held to be bad in law, Your Excellencies, and using trickery and manipulation in the process of arrest is not at all justified, and I submit that it rather constitutes arbitrary arrest under international law. And due to this, I also submit that the accused rather seeks reparations on the account of this manner of arrest which was being conducted, which was also not necessary in this present situation. The secretive manner was not required in the present situation, Your Excellencies. I submit that this is a case of it's screaming of reasonable doubt, Your Excellencies, and any inference which is rather dubious must be construed in favor of the counsels of defense, Your Excellencies. And with this, I come to the end of my submissions, and I rest my case with the hope, Your Excellencies, that I have an opportunity to further assist this court in defending the accused of the crimes that have been alleged against him. And with this, I pray that the accused may be acquitted of charges against him. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies.
Our online colleagues, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, and you mentioned about the responsibility of the accused to deal with the military threat posed by the resistance army, and there is also discussion which has come up in the course of submission by counsel from prosecution and victims that innocent civilians were affected and killed. My general question is, are there any situations where civilians who are granted protection under humanitarian law is lost by the civilians? Do the civilians lose their protection under certain circumstances, under humanitarian law? Have you come across any such situation?
Yes, Your Excellency. Firstly, I would like to answer this question in two aspects. Firstly, whether innocent civilians have been killed in the present instance is also questionable, and I would like to draw the attention of the court to paragraph number 17 that the legal representatives of the victims were referring to. This is on page number 4, paragraph number 16, Your Excellencies. Yes, Your Excellencies. Herein it is written that the Titanium Defense Forces are believed to have been killed as many as 11,000 people. This is still a disputed fact, and neither the prosecution nor the legal representatives of the victims have come forth and projected an absolute picture as to how many civilians have been killed in the present instance, Your Excellencies. Furthermore, coming to the second aspect, under international law, referring to the principle of distinction, Your Excellencies, certainly there is a provision, and there is rather an exception herein. When the civilians are themselves participating in the hostilities, then this principle of distinction is not applicable. Does that satisfy your question, Your Excellency?
In this instant case, are there any suggestions, or is there any evidence to show that civilians were taking direct part in hostilities?
Your Excellency, I would like to submit that the resistance army, which is brought from Arundel itself, is rather composed of all sorts of Futuramans who have this ideology where they propagate hate and terror, particularly against the Titanian Defense Forces as well as other civilians. Now, drawing to the testimony of victim witness 1, when asked whether the resistance army rather attacks them indiscriminately, it is more inconsistent, due to which I submit that the Futuramans cannot be absolutely be separated from the resistance army. These Futuramans of Arundel do not completely form a protected group under the definition, because even if some civilians or some Futuraman civilians are actively participating in the hostilities, this rather fails the case of all the other Futuramans in Arundel who may have been innocent and who may not have harbored criminal intent. Does that answer your question, Your Excellency? Right. With this, I rest my case, Your Excellencies. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this concludes the proceedings of final round. We will declare the results soon. So I would request honorable judges. Yes, sir, we can proceed to the room. Thank you so much.
I would now request the participants to proceed for lunch outside VIP lounge. The result will be announced in valedictory ceremony.
ये इधर से हेलो ठीक है हेलो हेलो हेलो
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to everyone gathered here for the valedictory session of the 9th edition of Symbiosis Law School Pune International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition, SICTA 2024. It has been an exhilarating journey from April 18 to 21st, and today we bring this event to a memorable close under the able guidance of Professor Dr. Shashikala Gurpur ma'am, Fulbright Scholar, Director, Symbiosis Law School Pune, Dean, Faculty of Law, Symbiosis International Deemed University. Over the past 4 days, our participants navigated through 3 preliminary rounds, semi-finals, and a gripping final round. They demonstrated remarkable skills in dissecting complex legal issues, developing persuasive arguments, and presenting evidence with precision. This year's theme, focusing on the prosecution against the forced displacement of civilians as an international crime under the Rome Statute, added an additional layer of relevance and urgency to the proceedings. We are grateful to all the teams for their outstanding performance and commend them for their hard work and dedication. As we close this chapter, let us take a moment to celebrate the spirit of this competition, the pursuit of justice, and the invaluable learning experience that SICTA 2024 has provided. It is my distinct honor to now introduce Professor Dr. Bindu Ronald ma'am, a renowned academician and a pillar of Symbiosis Law School Pune, who will deliver our welcome address for the momentous event. Ma'am currently serves as the Deputy Head of Symbiosis Center for Advanced Legal Studies and Research, SCALSAR, a role in which she brings a wealth of experience and leadership. She has also held the position of Deputy Director of Symbiosis Law School Pune. With over 23 years of teaching experience, including 7 years at the WB National University of Juridical Sciences in Kolkata and 17 years of Symbiosis Law School Pune, ma'am has made a significant contribution to legal education. Her experience extends to various academic bodies, including the Board of Studies at SIU, Sai University, Savitribai Phule Pune University, etc. She is also a valued member of Research and Recognition Committee at MNLU Mumbai. Her academic credentials are equally impressive, with a PhD in Corporate Law from Mumbai University and a LLM from the University of Pune, where she graduated with a gold medal. She has published numerous articles in Scopus and Web of Science journals, co-authored the Manual of Maharashtra Laws, and contributed to the Bombay Stamp Act. As we prepare to embark on this event, we are privileged to have Professor Dr. Bindu Ronald ma'am welcome us and set the tone for what promises to be the memorable occasion. Please join me in giving her a warm welcome as she takes the stage to address us.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to one and all who are present here for the valedictory function. This is the 9th edition of Symbiosis International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition, and SICTA for us at Symbiosis is a festival. It is a festival where Symbiosis Law School celebrates competence, we celebrate research, and we celebrate the strong advocacy skills, where preparation for this event begins months before. The participation in this competition has increased year after year, and that itself shows the efforts that are there which are put in organizing this event and bringing it forward to all. I stand here to welcome all to this valedictory function on behalf of Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, the Director of Symbiosis Law School Pune and the Dean, Faculty of Law, Symbiosis International University. It's an honor that we've had a galaxy of experts who have judged the various rounds in this SICTA competition. I specially welcome our chief guest for the valedictory ceremony, Honorable Justice Pradeep Singh Yerur, Judge, High Court of Calcutta. Sir, it's a pleasure that we have you with us here today, and it's a pleasure that he is gracing this dais for the valedictory function. We also have with us on the dais our very own Sampath Bolusu, convener and Symbiosis Law School alumni, who has from the very beginning of SICTA taken a very keen interest as far as the successful organization of this event is concerned. We've had a very distinguished panel of judges who judged the various rounds, and we had a galaxy of eminent persons who judged our final rounds, the competition. All those who are part of Symbiosis Law School Pune, whether as faculty, staff, students, or alumni, or a stakeholder, we're proud to be associated with this institution, which stands very tall in the skyline of academic institutions and amongst the law schools of the country. When I look at Symbiosis Law School Pune, I look at Symbiosis Law School Pune in 3 phases. The first phase was when the institution was established. Symbiosis was established in 1971, and this was mainly done to create a network for students, a lot of them who were from African countries, who back in the 1970s faced a lot of discrimination in the city of Pune. By establishing Symbiosis, Professor Dr. S.B. Majumdar sir gave a voice to those people, assimilating them into the landscape of Pune by bringing them together and starting the English Language Institution. In 1977, Dr. Majumdar created Symbiosis Law School as one of the first institutions, along with the management and the computer studies institution. Back then in 1977, we had only one law college in the city of Pune, which was the ILS college, and which also produced a number of legal luminaries and also the judges of the Supreme Court. And it was still felt that there was a vacuum that was there as far as legal education in Pune was concerned. That's when, to fill this vacuum in 1977, Symbiosis Law School Pune was created. Symbiosis was a pioneer right from the very beginning. Symbiosis started off the 3-year LLB program. When it started off with the 3-year LLB program. It started the evening program for those who were professionals and working in the city of Pune. It was one of the first institutions which started the 5-year LLB program, and even before the National Law School Bangalore started the 5-year LLB program. And that's why I said that there were many firsts that were there which Symbiosis had started. The second phase of Symbiosis is when Symbiosis became the deemed university in 2002. In 2002, we started with the BA, BBA, LLB program. We also had the 2-year LLM program then, and we also had the LLB program. But the LLB program for some time was discontinued in 2005. The third phase, as I say, is from 2007, when the law school again saw a lot of transformations and again many firsts. Dr. Gurpur took the law school reins in 2007. The Bar Council at that point of time had also made changes and had brought about the Bar Council rules of 2008. Many new electives were introduced. In 2013, when the UGC announced that we can have the 1-year LLM program, Symbiosis started off first with the 1-year LLM program. Today, we have the LLM program with 8 different specializations. This year, this academic year in 2024, we're going to start off with 2 more. So we're going to be an LLM with 10 specializations. We have diploma programs. In 2014, we started off with BA, BBA, LLB honors program. And in 2014 itself, we reintroduced the 3-year LLB program. And today, we do have many professionals also who joined the 3-year LLB program. As part of our activities, we ensure that we take the have the teaching in the class and outside the class. This trial advocacy, for example, is a learning that is there which is happening outside the classrooms. We organize a number of public lectures, symposiums, conclaves, conferences, and we believe in providing education and a platform of learning, not only for the students who are enrolled in Symbiosis Law School, but also for the others. In 2015, we lost a moot court bid, but we rose as a phoenix, and our students who are here today with us, some of them as our alumni, some of them who have come to judge some of our rounds that are there, with the support of the management and the faculty in charges then, saw to it that we started off with the law school. We have today with us the valedictory function of the 9th Symbiosis International Criminal Trial Advocacy, SICTA 2024, and we had 24 teams that were competing for the cups that are kept over here. Like true champions, all the participants over here have fought a good battle. Somebody will win, somebody will go back with the trophies, while others won't. However, nobody goes as having lost, because there's always a lot of learning that is there that you take back when you go from a competition like this. To those who will be the winners, there'll be a big congratulations from all of us, but those who don't win, you have to remember that you do have a choice of how you come back prepared to win yet again. A very warm welcome to everybody in the valedictory function, and I must apologize. We have Honorable Justice Pradeep Singh sir. He's the judge, the High Court of Karnataka. Sorry, not Kolkata. I think my association with Kolkata made me say that, but from the High Court of Karnataka. Thank you very much, sir, and a very warm welcome once again to this valedictory.
I now request our esteemed Professor Dr. Bindu Ronald ma'am to felicitate our chief guest, Honorable Justice Pradeep Singh Yerur sir, Judge, High Court of Karnataka. I now request our esteemed Professor Virendra Singh Thakur sir to felicitate Advocate Sampath Bulusu sir, a distinguished alumnus of Symbiosis Law School Pune, convener SLSP alumni and Professor of Practice SIU. It is my esteemed pleasure that we welcome to the podium Advocate Sampath Bulusu sir, a distinguished alumnus of Symbiosis Law School Pune, convener of Symbiosis Law School Pune alumni, and Professor of Practice SIU. Our esteemed speaker joined the bar in the year 2001, initially practicing under the guidance of Mr. M.V.S. Suresh Kumar. His illustrious career spans various estimated courts, including High Courts of Andhra Pradesh, the City Criminal Courts of Hyderabad, numerous session courts across the states of Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. His expertise also extends to the highest judicial forums in India, the Supreme Court. Transitioning from active court practice, he has led influential in-house positions in leading corporations including Larsen & Toubro Limited, Gujarat Gas Company Limited, Transocean, etc. Currently, he is serving as the Director of Legal and Corporate Affairs at Shell Energy India, where his vast experience benefits sectors ranging from infrastructure projects to oilfield services. An active member of academic community, he serves as the convener of Alumni Committee of Symbiosis Law School Pune and contributes significantly as a mentor to the Student Bar Association. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Sampath Bulusu sir.
Thank you. Respected Chief Guest, my Lords, Justice Pradeep Singh Yerur, our own Deputy Director, Dr. Bindu Ronald, our super senior, Professor Virendra Singh Thakur, Professor in charge of the Student Bar Association, my senior college mates and judges who have been one of the moving forces here, Josna Banerjee, advocate from Mumbai, Harshad Badbade, my classmate advocate Balwendra Singh, also from the Bombay High Court, and my dear friend Vijay Kumar Dakne, teachers, my dear students, participants, and of course the former Student Bar Association pillars who laid down the foundation, somewhere sitting in the rear rows as of now, Varun Tripathi, who works with the Ministry of Civil Aviation. So SICTA, as it was said by Dr. Bindu Ronald some time back, ma'am had very clearly expressed that, and most of you during the inaugural have heard the story that Symbiosis bid for a war crimes tribunal advocacy competition, but then for whatever reasons the NLUs knocked it off, and we being a private college did not get it. The students at that time, now alumni, who also were here judging today, had conceived this idea rather than feeling dejected that let us have our own brand of a war crimes tribunal, a criminal trial advocacy competition. So in fact, we have formally designated sir as the chief guest, but sir is not a guest. He is one of amongst us, being the parent of a student of one of our own students here. So sir, in fact, in 2016 when this competition was to start, the students were having a lot of enthusiasm. So we said, okay, the alumni are there to support, because law firms were not interested in this particular subject to sponsor. So because being international criminal law, it was not of any benefit for any of the law firms. So the best thing was that, okay, we said, let us start it. And of course, our Professor Emeritus then, late Sri Ram Jetmalani sir, Ram sir had also given his financial contribution for this competition, and we started this in 2016. The journey went on. 2018 we had around 7 international teams coming to participate. 2019 we had again another grand celebration. Unfortunately in 2020 the teams had arrived and it was just the onset of COVID. So somehow we could send the teams back safely. Some of the dignitaries who had arrived were sent back to their homes outside of India safely. And then that year the competition could not take place, but the students, since they had put in so much of effort, the participants, for them, not to discourage them, the marks were given on the basis of their memorials. So or else we would have been, this would have been the 10th SICTA for us. And SICTA, as I said even earlier, is close to my heart. One, because criminal law is something which is of interest, plus it's something unique. We had moot courts all over, right from our student days that we used to see. Mock trial competitions were here and there, but trial advocacy of this kind was something different. We started it. And then, of course, we could not let down our own students who wanted to show the world that yes, we can also host a competition of this sort. And we could do it. Fortunately, after a gap from 2020, today we have it in the physical mode. The student volunteers have put in a lot of effort. For them, this is a first of its kind of a scale of this event. There may be some shortcomings here and there, but we all learn through mistakes. So, in fact, my guru, Advocate Indrajit Singh Gill, under whom I learned as a student trainee, he said, mistakes are something which, everybody learns through, and especially for the legal profession. Because you have nothing to lose. Your senior may lose, but it's not the senior in reality who would lose, it's your client who would lose. So we learn from our mistakes and then we mend it right. So you will also, next time we'll do it in a much grander scale. We are there to support. What I would like to say is that as students, when you have taken the effort to cross-examine or examine witnesses, it is one of the most difficult tasks which a lawyer would undertake in any civil or criminal proceedings. Making your submissions before the court is easy, but eliciting admissions or framing those questions in such a way to elicit certain answers which could suit your defense or the prosecution at that particular point in whichever side you are representing is not an easy task. And then you're just students, you're just learning. Even for lawyers, the art of cross-examination is not something which you would learn overnight. Of course, it's a double-edged sword. It can really kill. One of the things that you will always have to bear in mind is that when should you cross-examine, when should you not? Or leading questions can be objected to, and when leading questions should, even though they are being put by the party which is called the witness, let us take as a prosecution, if leading questions were put, of course leading questions can be put as long as they are not objected to. But if you don't object to it also, it may benefit. And as one of the things was, in one of the scam cases where I was the defense counsel for the main accused, the prosecution was putting all leading questions to a government official who was a paid accounts officer, a treasury officer. So the special public prosecutor in that trial was saying that the duties of the auditor is in para so-and-so. He said yes. So it is not clauses, it is para. He went on, and then one of the counsel sitting next to me, quite senior to me, he said, leading questions are being asked. I said, let him ask. So then when my term had come and I was the counsel for accused number 1, I confronted the paid accounts manual to this officer who was the head of the department. His name and photograph appears in the preface. He was heading the committee which revised the manual, and then I said, you said that para 6 refers to the duties of an auditor. He said, yes, sir. So I confronted him with the manual and I said, please look at the manual and see what does para 6 deal with. It was duties of an office superintendent. So then what we could show was this witness was very casual in giving evidence. So we could discredit the witness in such a way. So at times, you need not raise an objection, you can allow that to happen. Another amusing incident in my early days of practice, there were a small set of college students who were alleged to have been stealing petrol from the bikes and other scooters which were parked outside an army establishment. So army officers are excellent witnesses and there are cross-examiners delight at times, because they are in a different world. No disrespect, I'm talking from a humorous part of it. So they have that authority, and when questions are being put, they would slightly, and being a young lawyer at that time, so what had happened was the questions were put, each witness was giving an answer that we saw these boys pouring petrol from a can into another can, or they were pouring petrol into a bottle. So my turn had come, I declined to cross-examine all these army officers. I left them there. So these boys were young, so some of their parents were attending the trial along, used to come and attend the proceedings. So a complaint went to the counsel who had referred this matter to me, saying that what sort of counsel have you, sent us to? He has not put a single question to any of these witnesses. Now all of us know the definition of the offense of theft. It is removal of property with a dishonest intention. Nobody spoke about removal. He was just talking about pouring it from a bottle into a can or vice versa. But nobody uttered a word that this was stolen from the bike and then being transported into this. I refused to cross-examine none. I gave up. I put certain formal questions to the IO. Ultimately, when my turn came for the final submissions, this is what we argued. So when not to put a question, when to put questions, or when to allow, even though it is not permissible, leave it. This is what develops over a period of time. So this is something, and then you also need to have, and this is where I would always remind each one of you the words of what Ram sir, that is Ram Jetmalani, who used to say, we lawyers who know just the law are masons. You should know beyond law, the other subjects which would be encompassed here. You should not be masons, but you should be architects. So when you're cross-examining a witness, if it is an expert witness, you need not be an expert, but you should have at least the basic information to cross-examine that particular witness. It could be a medical witness, a doctor, in say any of the civil or criminal cases where a doctor would come in. It could be a fingerprints expert, it could be a ballistics expert. You know some part of that science there. You must have read those particular textbooks and you start cross-examining those witnesses. You need not be experts for that. but you should know something beyond law. And this is something which I would encourage you students just not to just concentrate on your law books alone, read beyond your subject. Let us not be masons, but let us be architects. And this is what I would say. And of course, you made an attempt in this particular competition. 3 teams have come to the finals. 1 would be the winner, 1 would be the runners-up, and plus few other prizes here. If you have not gotten any prizes, don't get rejected. You will gain by experience for sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for reflecting upon the origin of SICTA. We'll forever be grateful to our alumni for envisioning this competition. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us a distinguished jurist whose contribution to legal landscape in India are both profound and far-reaching. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our chief guest, Honorable Justice Pradeep Singh Yarur, sir, Judge, High Court of Karnataka. Sir's legal journey has been defined by excellency and dedication. He began his career practicing under the guidance of senior counsel Pramila Nesargi at the High Court of Karnataka, Bengaluru and Dharwad, before extending his practice to the High Courts of Punjab and Chennai. His expertise is not confined to only one court. He has also practiced to the Honorable Supreme Court, gaining wealth of experience across the country. As a senior central government counsel at the High Court of Karnataka, Bengaluru, Sir's expertise spans a wide array of legal fields. With a solid academic background, laid the groundwork for the distinguished career marked by the relentless pursuit of justice and legal reforms. Today, as we gather to celebrate this occasion, let us remember the depth of knowledge and expertise Justice Yarur brings to our gathering. It is with great respect and anticipation that I invite him to share his insights and wisdom with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Honorable Justice Pradeep Singh Yarur, sir, our esteemed chief guest for the ceremony.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Well, it is an honor and a pleasure to be here in Symbiosis Law School, Pune, to be the chief guest for the Symbiosis International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition. Well, when the college approached my office to be a part of this event, I gladly accepted it because I wanted to be a part of this wonderful institution to physically witness as to how these law schools are functioning and what kind of students we are bringing up in the society to become one of the finest lawyers in future. This is my second time of participation in SICTA. I think last time I was online along with Justice Ravindra Bhatt from Supreme Court, again one of the luminaries in the field of law. Respected Dr. Shashikala in absentia, respected Professor Dr. Bindu Ronald, Deputy Head, Symbiosis Law School, respected Mr. Sampath Bulusu, who just was the earlier speaker, Professor Virender Singh Thakur, Student Bar Association Faculty in Charge, Mr. Harshad Badbade, Advocate and Senior Lawyer from Bombay, Mr. Vijay Kumar Dhakte, again a lawyer from Pune, Mr. Banerjee and Mr. Balvinder Singh. It's a nice occasion to be here amongst the lawyers because I was also one of the lawyers some time back before I got elevated to the bench. And I still miss my lawyering days because you can speak and get away with anything as a lawyer. But as a judge, you have to be very careful in what you utter, either in the courtroom or in the social media, because everything is captured now. And it is zoomed into you, you know, and what the judge is doing. Well, I must primarily, firstly, congratulate all the participants of the International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition for the 2024. I'm told 24 teams have participated with one international team. And it is with great admiration and for the dedication, skill and passion that is demonstrated by all the participants that is going to lead into the outcome of who's going to be successful and who's not going to be successful. I would not call winners and losers because I don't keep that in the dictionary for students of law or any students for that matter, because it is not the right terminology to be used. Well, the field of criminal trial advocacy is one that demands not only legal expertise like what Mr. Bulusu has just mentioned, but also unwavering commitment to justice and the rule of law. Throughout this event, I'm sure you all must have demonstrated your ability to think critically, argue, burn the midnight oil, and persuade the judge to accept your argument. That is the job of the lawyer and the advocate, to fiercely argue the matters on behalf of his client. I'm sure during these days, your advocacy skills have been put to great test in the simulated courtroom settings, where you have faced off against formidable opponents and navigated complex legal issues with poise and confidence. As rightly put by dear friend Sampath, that in criminal advocacy, it's a totally different ball game altogether. I mean, it is similar to, so also in civil trial, but in criminal case, you are dealing with somebody's personal liberty. If you mess up and don't do your homework, you're going to send him to gallows very happily, but he will be in a real trouble. And the trial court is the first court of appreciating the materials placed on record and the demeanor of the witnesses and how he behaves. Thereafter, the appellate court deals with the materials that is available on record. Sometimes it may appreciate, may not. So therefore, your task is going to be very crucial, how you deal with your client first. You have to understand the client, understand the stories, and then take it forward. He has already shared some of the experiences, how to cross-examine the witness and what is to be asked and what not to be. Generally, in the initial days, what happens with lawyers is we are very eager and, we just come out of law school and we want to batter the witness in the witness box. It is to be taken very carefully and not lightly, but in a very cautious manner. The witness has to be asked question when it is required and when it is not required. As you all know, and you would have read in your law school books, that in criminal trial, the onus is always on the prosecution. The prosecution will have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt, which is not the case in civil cases. So therefore, even if you keep silent, the accused can keep silent. He need not even adduce evidence, not say anything in 313 statement. The prosecution can rely whatever it wants. You can still remain silent. It is for the prosecution there again to prove every material that is placed on record against him, the charges that are framed against him, to prove beyond all reasonable doubt. And beyond all reasonable doubt means that everything that pinpoints for the occurrence of the crime or offense to the accused and only accused. There should not be any gap, whether there is eyewitness, whether there is circumstantial evidence, whether it is otherwise. And in circumstantial evidence, now the Supreme Court has laid down the law of Panchsheel. There has to be all these dots, 5 dots connecting. Unless these dots are connected, even there is a small piece of evidence of retrieval of materials and material objects and voluntary statements will not lead into conviction, is the fundamental rule of criminal trial. But beyond the moot court theatrics and legal maneuvering, it's important to remember the profound impact that your work as trial court advocates can have on the lives of real people. Now you are arguing in the moot court. It is a fictitious situation which is given to you, but tomorrow when you are going into the real courts, you are going to be dealing with real people, real offenses. The cruelty, the barbarism, or the manner in which the accused has dealt a blow to the victim will be in your hands, how you are going to treat and whether the accused has been framed. So all these will have to be kept in mind. Thereafter, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the participants and the successful the students who are going to be now after announcing the results which you are eagerly awaiting rather than my speech here, because all of you are interested in, after the hard works put in, you want to see who's going to be successful, who's going to be carrying the trophy to go home, rather than listening to my speech and the others here. I will anyway not take much time and bore you guys. But it is my duty to say a few things about the lawyers you are going to be in future. Now, very of late we have been seeing very less number of students who pass out from law schools coming into civil practice or criminal practice for litigation. Most of you guys are interested in joining corporate law firms and not interested in practicing because mainly what I feel is the remuneration, the package of the income that is generated in litigation. I must share with you that as lawyers, none of you are going to be jobless. All of you are going to make tons of money, which is very important. I think you all are interested in this. So please be sure all of you will make tons of money, even if you're a bad lawyer or even a bad student. This is for sure. And according to me, no lawyer will be a bad lawyer, even though you're a bad student. You know, mark it, and I'm very serious about this. I was not a great student of law in my college days. But I had a large and huge practice of law, both on civil and criminal side. So all of you will be loaded. You will probably reject some of the briefs because your hands are full. But why I'm taking this topic is, in corporate law, company laws, over a period of time, you tend to get monotonous because there's no much of a thrill in the corporate sector, according to it's my opinion. Please bear with me. It all depends upon one's taste. And if you don't like the court, and if you have visited the courts really, the magistrate courts and the criminal courts, probably first time you enter, you would not want to get back there again because it is so shabby and lousy. You're trying to improve the infrastructures and some of the places so that it looks good. But nevertheless, the corporate law of drafting contracts and doing things is monotonous work. I think it is more of cut and paste, and of course you have to apply your mind. But the litigation is totally a different ball game altogether. My dear friends, lawyers who are sitting here will agree with me. So there's a lot of thrill because every case which you deal with is a different case altogether. And each has its own rich experience and then thrill of either getting the accused acquitted or getting the accused punished if you're on the other side of a prosecution. So therefore, you will have to take a cautious call after you pass out, whether you want to get into a corporate side of a monotonous work or into a litigation work. You can always try. It's not that I'm saying that you straight away jump into the litigation without going to the other side and feeling that the other side of the grass was always green and I ventured into the wrong side. You should always venture into it, but take a cautious call and try the side as well and find out what is the innate feeling in you and what is the capabilities that is there in you to bring you the best thing out of you. So therefore, even if 50% of the students passing out of law schools come into litigation, we would have a wonderful legal system in our country, across India. The problem is the law schools are made for most of the students to get into litigation especially in premier institutions like Symbiosis or the national law schools. But unfortunately, most of the students are going into corporate sectors and going out of the country and of course they are doing very well, that's also appreciable. But nevertheless, the courtroom activities and the thrill of really arguing the matters in the court is totally a different ball game altogether. So I would advise and urge the students to venture into litigation, so also the corporate side, and see which is good and take a call on that. Most importantly, after you pass out your law school, you will anyway definitely be going to be very busy doing lawyering work as an advocate. But before that, I must tell you all guys that you should enjoy your college days, because your college and school days is what you're going to remember after you graduate and start practicing, or after you finish 20 years of practice, like your alumni are here coming back to school and back to college. So this is the period you're going to really miss when you grow up. After 20 years, you will come back here again like your alumni and meet all your peer groups or compatriots. So enjoy your college days, do all the pranks, but at the same time study as well. Well, the secret of getting ahead is getting started. The secret of getting started is breaking your complex, overwhelming tasks into small, manageable tasks and starting on the first one. This is what was said by Mark Twain, known as the father of American literature. There will be numerous challenges and obstacles, at least in the initial stage, as I said earlier, on the way up your success ladder or the position that you aspire to reach. And it will not be easy, as you have got to put in your blood, sweat, and tears to get into that end goal. But you once got the hang of it, everything will become easier, less daunting, and more enjoyable. Keep in mind that hard work, determination, and key throughout this journey. Robert Louis Stevenson had rightly said that don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but the seeds that you plant. Everything takes time, and the time tests patience and dedication. So therefore, even Justice Bhagwati had said once, without a sense of fairness and justice, no institution, whether governmental or private, can endure. So I must again say that all of you have to dream big to achieve big and reach goals. So unless you dream, you will not be able to achieve. And you have to set goals. It is simple like this. You have your football ground, basketball grounds here. The football grounds you are made to go and run and play. If you are allowed to play football, 2 teams are made. And if there are no goal posts, where are you going to hit the goal? How are we going to know where is the goal? So therefore, you have to set a goal in your life by yourself to reach and pursue it by way of your determination, hard work, and there is no shortcut to success. So therefore, the point that everybody bothers and ponders is whether it is a remunerative package that you're going to get as a lawyer. As I have already answered that all of you will be making tons of money, but only thing is you need to have patience. So have patience, study well, do hard work, and after this college days you need to do more hard work, because you're on the ground in the jungle where you're going to be along with other lawyers who are fighting. There's a cutthroat competition. So do well, and let me congratulate once again all the participants who have participated here for the SICTA trophies. And I must also share with you that nobody is a loser. The person who wins is successful. The person who doesn't, the team which doesn't, is unsuccessful. So come back again strong and do well. I thank the director, Mrs. Sashikala, Madam Bindu, and the entire organizing committee for inviting me for this program and giving me this opportunity. Thank you, and God bless you. Study well. Thanks once again.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We now have reached the moment we all have been waiting for. The announcement of the results of the 9th edition of Symbiosis Law School Pune International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition, SICTA 2024. To guide us through this significant moment, I now have the honor of inviting a figure who has been instrumental in organizing this prestigious event. I now invite Ms. Mmon, convener of SICTA 2024, to the dais for the convener's address and declaration of results.
Good evening, everybody. As the convener of SICTA 2024 and on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt appreciation for your dedication and hard work throughout the 9th edition of Symbiosis Law School Pune International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition 2024. Regardless of the outcome today, each and every one of you is a winner in your own right, and your commitment in honing your legal skills and your perseverance in the face of challenges are the qualities that set you all apart. Along with that, you should also remember that the true measure of success lies not only in victory, but also in the lessons learned and the personal growth achieved along the way. Once again, I would like to thank you for your dedication and hard work and the fact that you all have proven yourselves as champions in the pursuit of justice. Now we'll proceed to the official declaration of results. For the first award, I would like to invite Vijay sir to give the best advocate to give away this award. So the best advocate for finals is from Team Coach SICTA 3, Bhavita Vashishta, National Law University, Jodhpur. Next up, we have Best Student Advocate for SICTA 2012, Prateek Hemant, School of Law, Christ University, Bangalore. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Jyotsna ma'am and sir and Balvendi sir to give away a few awards. So the second Best Student Advocate Award goes to SICTA 4, Ilma Afsar, National University, Delhi. Ilma, you've also received another award, which is late Eugene Kundar Memorial Best Lady Student Advocate Award. I request... Best Student Advocate International Award is backed by Shaleshma Adhikari from Kathmandu University of Law. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Sampath sir for giving away a few words. Shri P.V. Ramanaya Memorial Best Prosecutor Award is backed by Prateek Hemant from School of Law, Christ University. next award is the next award is Best Defense Counsel Award. Rahul Jain from Symbiosis Law School, Noida. The next award is Best Counsel for Victim, Gunjan Sharma from Rajiv Gandhi National University of Law, Punjab. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request Harshad sir to give away a few words. Best Memorial Award is backed by the team from National Law Institute University, Bhopal. The second best memorial is won by Rajiv Gandhi National University of Law, Punjab. They're also the best team for the preliminary rounds. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Thawal sir for giving away the Best Witness Award. The Best Witness Award goes to Shakti Prabhu. The second Best Witness Award goes to Anvita Chaudhary. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite all the dignitaries on the dais to give away the winners and first runner-up as well as the second runners of the award. Winners for this 9th edition of Symbiosis Law School Pune International Criminal Trial Advocacy Competition are Okay. We'll start with the second runners-up. Team code 14, Gujarat National Law University, Gandhinagar. The first runners-up are the team code SICTA 4, National Law University, Delhi. The winners for this edition of SICTA 2024 are National Law University, Jodhpur. Thank you so much. Congratulations to everyone. As we come to the end of the valedictory ceremony, I now have the pleasure of inviting the faculty in charge of the Student Bar Association, Symbiosis Law School, Pune, Professor Virendra Singh Thakur sir, to the dais to deliver a formal vote of thanks.
On behalf of the Dean, Faculty of Law, Symbiosis International University, Director, Symbiosis Law School, Pune, Professor Dr. Shashikala Gurpur ma'am, I take this opportunity and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on this occasion of SICTA 2024. It's rightly been said that no enterprise or endeavor can be successful without the active participation, support and collaboration of various stakeholders. And the event of 9th SICTA, which started on 18th of April and which comes to an end today on 21st of April, is a evidence of the same. We would like to express our gratitude to Honorable Justice Mr. Pradeep Singh Yarur sir for accepting our invitation for being the chief guest of the valedictory session. I am sure, sir, your words of wisdom, message will inspire the participants of this competition to be a better person in life. Sir, we assure you that Symbiosis is dedicated to developing the knowledge base, character, and capacity of students so that the students will fight the complex battles of the life which emerge in the present era. Thank you so much, sir, for provoking our students for future competitions as well. I thank various judges of the final rounds who accepted our invitation and dedicated their valuable time for this edition of the SICTA. The constellation of legal luminaries that indeed raised the bar of this SICTA is very helpful for us to be organizing such competitions in the future. I thank all the judges of semi-final and preliminary rounds, which is led by Advocate Sampath Bulusu sir, with all the experience to come with the entire team of judges to our competition. I thank Professor Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, who wears multiple hats of being Dean of the School of Law, Symbiosis International University, the Director of Symbiosis Law School, Pune. I thank her for her guidance and support throughout the competition. Since the preparation of the competition, ma'am has been instrumental in guiding us, in providing us with the details how to proceed with the stages of the competition. Thank you so much, ma'am, for trusting us and our team for organizing this event. I thank our generous sponsors, which include our alumni, which include various alumni at various stages of the competition, not only in terms of money, but also in terms of the intellect. I take this opportunity to thank Advocate Sampath Bulusu sir, Advocate Harshad sir, EBC Reader and SCC Online as knowledge partners, and SSC Times as our media partners. I thank the faculty team of Student Bar Association, which helped us to complete this event on time with precision. I take this opportunity to thank the administrative department of our college who helped us in during all the stages of the competition. I take this opportunity to thank the OS of the college to help us in organizing this competition. I thank all the participants who took their time in preparing for the competition for 4 months and their appearance in the courtrooms as the participants. I thank all the colleges for sending their team to this prestigious SICTA 2024 event. I thank all my colleagues, the IT support team, for providing assistance in various logistics for the event. I also thank the student witnesses who took their time out of their busy schedule of internals and mid-semester exams to come to the competition and help us with the competition. I can see various alumni sitting here who helped us in a number of ways during the competition. I thank each and everyone. With this, I announce the conclusion of this SICTA, this edition of SICTA. We will come up with the 10th edition of SICTA next year, and we will soon be announcing the dates. Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of the valedictory ceremony of SICTA 2024. I request the audience to rise while the dignitaries leave the dais.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, everyone. I request all the participants to collect their certificate of participation outside the moot court hall. Thank you, everyone.